No, me neither. Because I've had it. So yeah, I'm with you. I've had stuff like that happen before.
That's Brian Miller at Cookers Wild, make a license pass. All right, next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, going to be Cody Childress. In the 077 machine, they call Bad Influence. Racing out of Burleson, Texas, looking to make a license pass pro outlaw.
So a little fun fact about this boat. This boat has seen the water 3 times in its entire life.
Wow.
So this will be the 4th.
Okay.
Hopefully, I don't believe it's actually made a clean pass.
Well, hopefully it will make a quick pass for you. That's what we want. Here we go, Cody.
So we were trying to get
I've never seen that before. Yeah, that's weird. So,
that's when they blow up. So he ended up drinking it. We had a good time. So hopefully everything goes well. Cody Childress right here. The man
now
is
these guys,
amazing when it comes to building anything. Every aspect that comes with building drag boats and maintaining drag boats.
As you can imagine,
Cody
this
Childress
stuff
is one
has
of the best.
cables.
So you'll see a lot of a lot of these racers
Yeah,
getting
I
thanks
mean,
to
you
Cody
know, they're on
Childress
pylons out in the water.
on their sponsor info and everything because
so
Cody does a lot for a lot of things out here. So let's see. Cody Childress gets the pro outlaw license.
Okay.
But to find out.
And they have the app displays to the racers that times this. Watch it back. Well, the dude paid for the URL to put in, you know, wireframes. And so the URL is in there, and now I have on-screen, you know, time for this. All through the app. And I'm like, dude. And the guy's like, yeah, if the racetracks would let you tie into the, like he told me, he said, if the racetracks would let you just literally tie into another feed, because I can make it look like nothing more. Like, well, they're hesitant on anything that touches their technique. So, I know, exactly. So, yeah, but yeah, so it's, I mean, it's up on the screen right now. There's no, we just had a boat that made a test kit for licensing, but yeah, but I mean, I've got it up on the screen. If you go to our thing and look at it, you'll see. Yeah, so, I don't know. I know, we need to figure out how to do that. That's our own thing. Yeah. Because, I mean, literally, like, I'm going, okay, well, I can do an IP, you know, an IP camera and have it in the tower aimed at a screen, you know what I mean, just at a computer, and do that. But that's kind of, yeah. I mean, it's not janky, but it's certainly better ways to do it. I mean, you know, so, I don't know.
going to be Kevin Snyder.
We have that one. Yeah.
We call that one 6 to midnight, 657, the number on the machine. Looking for a licensed top eliminator.
Right.
There we go. All right, now looking for a license for quick eliminator on a 6-second index.
Right.
It's going to be Sambo Smith. Boat number 623. They call that machine Sucker Punch. Yeah, it is. I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, who knows? Right. Well, yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand.
Too bad. No privilege at all. Got a little.
Yep.
But then he got to take care of. What's that?
Hello there. There we go. Got a little squirrely coming off the line, but it looked it down pretty good.
Well, reaction time 006. Wow.
This one is just kind of a shakedown pass because this is all new equipment. We're flowing a Hemi turbo.
That's a wild thing. That boat is amazing. Okay, I really don't.
Next up, got Rick Blethroad. Calls that boat Wild Thing. Pro Outlaw.
Brand new equipment with twin turbos.
Just making a quick shakedown. Let's see what happens.
This guy's either got to be crazy or smart, like really smart.
Well, let's hope we're smart.
Yeah. If it goes down, I don't know. We might not be looking at a 520. We might be looking at something a little faster than that. All new equipment. First pass down the racetrack.
Go ahead, Rich. Go ahead and call stock eliminator. I don't think we're good. I think we're racing to go in.
All right, so I need stock eliminator to the ramp, please. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Modified eliminator be on standby. Top eliminator, warm them up for your test passes. All right, here we go. 10 seconds to countdown. Rick Blethroad and the Wild Thing. wasn't too bad for a shakedown, right?
That'll work.
Wow.
Don't give it.
So once again, I need stock eliminator to the end ramp, stock eliminator for your test pass to the end ramp, modified eliminator on standby, top eliminator, warm them up.
Caught me sleeping. Next up, Robert Thurman, rather. Boat number 717, they call it Crap Shooter. Top eliminator, here he goes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our delayed start of the Southern Drag Boat Association here at lovely Lake Bryan in Bryan, Texas. Good morning to everybody. I know that we got a late start here today. As you can see, we've had a couple of boats going down the racetrack. That's all testing and some licensing and what have you. They got a late start here this morning. I don't know what exactly was going on, but I know that they were messing around with some of the timing equipment and what have you. It was a good thing, though, because honestly, I had some technical difficulties this morning as well and had to figure them out. Let's see. Please lower the announcer volume. I can do that. That I can do. And I will turn the boats up a little bit. So there you go. So yeah, sorry, that is one of the things. We had an audio issue. Actually, we had a bunch of audio gear that is gone. So apparently in the last flight, it didn't make it home, and I didn't realize it. And so yeah, now we're making do. So we'll be good to go. So they're using a little bit different transmitter or receiver, I guess is the case. And so if the audio level on the announcer is off a little bit, just let me know in the chat and I'll keep adjusting it. But yes, so we are here. It is the season opener for the Southern Drag Boat Association here in Bryan, Texas. As you can tell, it is a dark and gloomy day. The temperature is awesome. there isn't a chance in hell that the sun could get through those clouds right now. Now, it shows that this afternoon it is supposed to be clear, that it's supposed to burn off, and it's going to be in the 80s. We'll see. So tomorrow is supposed to be gorgeous. Sunday, not good. Sunday afternoon does not look pretty. I have not talked to them to see if they are going to attempt to speed up the program tomorrow in order to make up for that or not. We'll see. Now, if you are new to drag boat racing, welcome here to bangshift.com. Of course, you know we do lots of drag races, but boat racing we started doing in 2020 with the Southern Drag Boat Association. Great organization, awesome people, killer boats, and we have a good time with it. Here's the thing. Boats are awesome because of two really big deals when you're me. Okay? Number one, no such thing as an oil down. Okay? On occasion they crash. We don't want to see any of that. But no oil downs, right? They blow the rods out of the thing. It's all inside the boat. We don't care. If you want to see a really good example of that, go check out Finnegan's Garage on YouTube and look at the Rogers jet boat that he blowed all the pistons out of. I know, normally you think he kicked the rods out of it. He did that, but also all kinds of piston came out with it. It was crazy. So anyway, we are glad there is no such thing as an oil down, right? So the sketchiest dude ever in a Fox Body Mustang is not our problem here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. And number two, they stop racing when it gets dark. And I love that. So we are not going to be here all night. That is not how this works. We run during the day and into the evening, and that's it. Now, we're here in Texas. It's getting into the summertime, and so obviously it's going to get, or it'll be light till 7:30 or 8 o'clock or whatever. I don't know how late we're going to run today, but still, great weather. Temperature-wise, hopefully that stays. Sunday afternoon is not looking good, but we'll check it out. As Richard Adair says, watch out for the bump in the left lane. Yeah, one of the things they do have a big deal about is wind. So every race we've done, there has been some hold for wind at some point, so usually 10, 15 minutes. But they literally wait for the wind to die down. They have on-track safety boats that are out there measuring the wind speed. They're checking conditions, and as soon as they say go, they move off the track and they send boats. So they can send 2 or 3 pairs and then wait 5 minutes, send 2 or 3 pairs and wait 5 minutes. So it's kind of a cool way that this all works. Really got to thank all the sponsors. They're all down here. These are all the guys that are SDBA sponsors that made this happen this weekend. So please check them out. And of course, these guys right here, Holly and Optima Batteries. Optima, the newest live broadcast sponsor here at bangshift.com. You got them right up here in the corners, right? Big thanks to Holly and Optima Batteries. Please go out to Optima's social media page and say, hey, thank you and welcome to bangshift.com. Welcome to the live broadcast scene. Thank you for being a sponsor. I'm not kidding you, dude. It means a huge amount to us for you to send them those kinds of messages on their social media. So please, finish Fireball. Yes, this is no prep drag boat racing at its finest right here in Texas. Rapid Transit, Barnalicious, as always, my dude, the moderator, the swinger of the band hammer, like none other. Thank you. And also one other cool thing, look at this. Timing, okay? We have timing up here, okay? So this is the times for the vehicles that are going down the water. And I say vehicles because not everything here is a boat. Well, I guess technically, but some of them are jet skis. And that's what we're in right now. Now, jet skis here in the Southern Drag Boat Association are the same thing as junior dragsters to on-land drag racing, right? It's the get into it, deal, right? It is the entry level, okay, competition, and it is all dial in. It's awesome, okay? So these guys are really, really good. It's interesting. If you're not familiar with boat racing, I'm going to have you guys watch some of what's going on here. Then we'll go into how the starting procedure works and all that as we get some time throughout the day. But we have lots and lots of cool boats that are coming up today. We have top alcohol hydros and top alcohol flats here on the property. Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified, Quick Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Modified Eliminator, and Stock Eliminator, plus the personal watercraft. There are tons of great classes here, and it is awesome. Now, there are nitro boats in the Southern Drag Boat Association, but don't tell anybody because we're not supposed to talk about them, but they will be at an event later this year. We are going to be bringing you several Southern Drag Boat Association races this year. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. The rest are going to be streamed by somebody else. There's 2, I believe, that are being streamed by another service. So all the Southern Drag Boat Association races for the year you should be able to see. So again, big thanks to Holly, big thanks to Optima Batteries, and also want to thank the fine folks at the Southern Drag Boat Association. We couldn't do it without them, and it means a lot for sure. So thank you. And we have lots of stuff coming up for the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend. So today is going to be testing, qualifying, etc. And tomorrow is set to be more qualifying with all the eliminations happening on Sunday. However, with that weather that I've seen the weather forecast for Sunday afternoon, I'm not sure, but maybe they'll start into eliminations tomorrow. So we'll find out. As soon as I know, you will know, and we'll go from there. Also want to thank Electro Freeze of Texas. Couldn't do it without them. Those guys are awesome. Electro Freeze is a big sponsor here, and they are the presenting sponsor here for the season opener. And we have boats, actually personal watercraft, which some people call boats. I know, don't get me wrong. On the starting line, waiting their turn, and real boats backing into the water at the launch ramp. So as you can tell, the wind is blowing strangely, and so the beard is all kinds of wild. It's crazy. So yeah, Southern Drag Boat Association Racing live right here, bankshift.com.
Well, hello to Bankshift land. Everybody on bankshift.com, thank you for tuning in. We are at Lake Bryan in beautiful Bryan, Texas, right outside of College Station. For those of you that aren't geographically knowledgeable about Texas, thank you for tuning in. Great racing in store for this weekend, tomorrow, today, and Sunday. And it's going to be awesome. We have PWC on the water right now. Thank you to Chad Reynolds, Brian Lones, and everybody from Bankshift.com bringing the live feed to us this weekend. We greatly appreciate it. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're ready. Lane Rabarski and Jacob Nodler go down the racetrack. 13 at 37 for Jacob. Lane goes 15.79, 45 miles an hour on the 1640 index. And Jacob Nodler was down in at 12:30, goes 13.37 at 54 miles an hour. So we are well into a competition. This is testing, our test runs for personal watercraft. We're going to go all the way down the ladder. It's $20 a test. Now we're going to start qualifying round number 1 as soon as we get through our test runs. I am honored to be joined by Mr. Mike Starr from the Arizona Drag Boat Association. He's coming to check it out, things here in the South.
There you go. I don't know how much of an honor it is, but I'm happy to be here.
It is.
Jacob Noller, he fell asleep at the line. I don't know what happened there. 3.4.
It's early.
He's going to need to work on that. That will not work later on.
That's not Jacob, that's his dad. They were gone.
Well, they tell us that's John Nodler driving that boat.
His dad was sleeping.
So he's the one that fell asleep. It's early. There were two people on that boat in the right-hand lane, Leighton Pippinger, and I have no idea who the other person was. And Lynn Blackburn. And ran a 14:36. All right, here we go. Moving to stock eliminator. Running on I believe, a 9-second index. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane is the Plum Crazy Machine. That's Rodney Blackstone. That's a plum purple boat right there. Like I said, I believe it was a 9-second index. It ran a 9:64. 2:13 for a reaction time. Obviously test and tune, but they're going to want to clean that up for sure. All right, next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, number 255. That is Cade Janasek. Man, I hope I don't butcher too many of these names. I apologize, y'all. I'm not from the South. Just telling you. They call that boat all or nothing. Stock eliminator going to be looking for 9. 2019 Rookie of the Year. Didn't look too bad. Off the line, 52 thousandths of a second too early. It ran a 9:15. 9 and 15 on a 9-second index. 84 miles.
So I need stock eliminator, final call to the ramp. Stock eliminator, final call. Modified eliminator to the ramp. Modified to the ramp, top eliminator, be on standby. Pro eliminator, warm them up.
Genesect was correct. Very good. If you have a name that you just can't remember,
All right, next up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 169. They call it a little punishment. That's Megan Warren making a test and tune run. Stock eliminator should be looking for 9 seconds. Here she comes.
Megan Warren down to the traps, 9:20 with an 8 at 81 miles an hour. That boat leaves so beautiful, doesn't it?
That run's nice too. Those outboards always kind of trip me out a little. I like a big old meat floaty sounding big
Chevrolet personally, but it works.
Well, they go down there sounding like honeybees inside a mason jar. But it's fine, it works. It's all that matters. All right, so once again, I need modified eliminator to the ramp. Modified eliminator to the ramp. Remember, this is your test pass. This is not qualifying. Modified eliminator to the ramp. Top eliminator, be on standby. Pro eliminator, warm them up.
but I
In the United Rentals left-hand lane, going to be boat number 746. That's Grant Snyder. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic. Stock eliminator, here it goes.
Grant Snyder going to be doing the driving duties for Blackie Bain this weekend. 10:26 with a 3 at 74 miles an hour for Grant Snyder with a 1:28 reaction time. Not bad there.
Into Bryan, Texas, right-hand lane, boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. He calls that boat Chicks Dig It, and they do. 9 seconds the index. Season opener here at the SDBA. A lot of these folks on the water for the first time this season, trying to make sure everything stays together and it works the way it's supposed to. Here we go. Yeah, a lot of these folks made a bunch of changes to their boats over the off season. There we go.
Well, there's no doubt the chicks dig it, but I don't think Zachary was digging that one. That wasn't very pretty. 1078 at 82 miles an hour for Zachary Watson.
So I guess we're good.
But the boat just wasn't acting right out there.
We don't know. We hope. I don't know.
I don't want to butcher that, so I'll let you do that.
I'll take the heat from here.
Up here.
Yeah, somebody from Frank's team come up here, and I got some questions.
Help us out. We got a couple of questions here. Break out another something.
Break out another $3. I don't know. I'm told that a couple of times.
That's what it costs.
It's over here. Here comes Jimmy Christian, BC Racing. Stock eliminator boat, being the right-hand side of the racetrack, the Bryan Texas lane. Got the boat fired up, 10 seconds countdown.
I have another one in here.
Out easy. What is he doing? Is it? Hey, it's not Sunday. That's not a Sunday drive. That was about as ugly as I get.
Jimmy Christian had a little trouble coming off the line. The problem with those jet boats is the jet is their propulsion, but it's also their steering. So if you're not paying attention to where your steering wheel is at, you could be pointed in a totally opposite direction all of a sudden.
He was doing this, the Stevie Wonder little.
He was. Like, where's the course? Where's the course? Like a dog on the hunt. The bad part about that also, the other problem with jets is when they die at the end of the course, oftentimes they shoot off to one side or the other because there's no rudder down there to keep them straight. You end up with a racer in the water real quick, and we don't like to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be a no from me. I like to swim, but I don't like it that much.
Today, so.
Hey, can you pronounce that correctly? What is that?
Pflugerville.
Hey, look at you, see?
There you go.
You're Texan already, right?
Vanishing Breed, the name of that boat in the United Rentals left-hand lane. That's Ashley Winslet. Stock Eliminator should be looking for time.
.94 and 79 miles an hour for Ashley Winslow. That's pretty close to the 9-second index.
And speaking of Ashley, don't forget to stop by their pit, the Vanishing Breed pit. Pick up your RESP membership if you haven't already done that. They got those for sale over there. You can also get your raffle tickets. They're raffling off a 10x15 awning that they're going to draw that raffle actually at the Arizona Drag Boat Association race in November. And they'll ship that thing to you in your choice of available colors. So stop by and see Ashley over there at the Vanishing Breed pit. They'll get you taken care of. Next up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 569S. It's Only Money 2, the name of that boat. That's Rodney West Sr. It's Only Money.
Yeah, I like the name of that. It's just money, right? Yeah, it's not like they don't, just print it off for the heck of it.
That's true.
That is true. I mean, you can, but what good is it going to do you? Is that why we do this? It's because we know that we can't take it with us when we go, so we're just like, we might as well spend it on drag boats. Why not? Rodney West Sr. going to go down 10:49 with a 9 at 71 miles an hour in his stock eliminator boat. It's Only Money 2, yeah.
2:26 for reaction time.
Everybody's still asleep.
Yeah.
Did everybody's coffee maker break this morning? What's the deal?
I'm Evan Perkins with Holley, and we're at West Tech Performance, where we just made 902 horsepower on this Holley Super Sniper equipped Pro Charge small block Chevy. The mule for this test is a Pro Charger F1A94 equipped Blueprint Engines small block Chevy block that's got a fully forged rotating assembly. It's about 9.5 to 1 compression, aluminum heads, a hydraulic roller camshaft, a Holley strip dominator intake, and it's topped with an 8-injector Super Sniper EFI system. The Super Sniper is really cool because it's got 8 100-pound injectors and a 2.5 bar map sensor, which means it can support 21.5 psi of boost or 1,250 horsepower. Like the base Sniper, the Holley Super Sniper is completely self-learning capable, which means it can tune the engine while you drive. However, if you're running really big boost or making a lot of power, the best practice is to always have a good calibrator tune the engine on the chassis dyno or the engine dyno using a laptop. For this test, we used 3 different pulleys: a large pulley, a medium pulley, and a small pulley. The large pulley spun the supercharger a little bit slower, and it gave us some time to make sure that the tune was finessed and that everything was working well. Then we dropped down to a medium pulley, and then finally to a small pulley, which upped the blower speed to the fastest that we were able to achieve today. The first pulley made 777 horsepower, the second made 840, and once we had the small pulley on the engine, we made 902 horsepower. Holley's top-tier EFI system is always going to be a multi-port style system, but what the Super Sniper does really well is it's self-contained, easy to tune, laptop tunable, and it can support really big horsepower by just bolting it onto a 4-barrel flange with a supercharger or a turbo. Learn more about the Super Sniper at holley.com.
Got it fired up. 10 seconds left on the countdown. Watch that capsule. Once it's closed, it's go time.
It fired up for a second, but it's dead again.
Oh,
there it goes. Just in time.
Capsule.
Take your time.
Here we go.
Take your time, Steve. Yes, sir. I think that'll work.
I think he forgot where half track was.
Yeah, he was, you know.
That was more of a like.
Hey, you can't say this.
Track.
You can't say that Steve Walls was gun shy, though. That's all I'm going to say. He was ready. He said, why not? I'll just take it on to the 1,000 foot.
All right, next up in the United Rails left-hand lane, going to be boat number 777, modified eliminator now, looking for 8 seconds. They call that boat Trick or Treat. That's Kent Durham.
And Kent's looking back at something in the engine compartment. He's still looking.
It looks like it won't go into gear.
I don't know. Throttle cable's not broke.
It's not dropping into gear. That's the problem.
So did you get all the turns on there? Or, oh, okay, that's all I had to have. Yeah. That's all I needed.
Yeah.
We'll shut it down, get a tow back to the ramp, see what's happening. All right, we're going to get Kent Durham back to the in-ramp, see if we can figure out what's going on with that boat. Next up in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, going to be Tyler Bohm. Boat number 572. They call that one the Slippery Pickle. Racing out of Rio Medina, Texas.
Talking about. Go ahead. Well, hey, if you'll just put the trailer in the water,
he'll just drive right up.
Tyler will just drive right up on it. That's what I'm talking about. 761 with a Ford, 106 mile an hour for Tyler Boehm in the Slippery Pickle. He would have drove. I swear he would have drove it right up on the trailer.
Next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, going to be Greg Conley in the 239 machine they call Thunder and Lightning.
So I need the final call, modified eliminator, final call. Top eliminator, I need you to the ramp. For your test pass, top eliminator to the ramp. Pro eliminator, be on standby. Quick eliminator, warm them up.
Looking like it was on a string all the way down. Off the line early 2,000ths of a, or 2/2. Man, I need a math lesson real quick. 2/10 of a second too early, and then ran a what, 8:66.
You know, when I do that, I just blame my Louisiana public school education.
Well, mine's New Mexico, so I guess we're not saying much.
It's worked so far.
In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. They call that boat Lit Bud. Boat number 402, Melton Whittlesey. That's got to be close enough. Sponsored by Infamous Brewery. Modified Eliminator going to be looking for 8 test and tune passes. That's what we're doing this morning. Not all of our boats coming down. I'm sure most of them. Some folks are probably still working on stuff, tweaking things in the pits.
Once again, top eliminator, you should be headed to the end ramp. Pro eliminator on standby, quick eliminator, you should be warming them up.
I heard y'all have mosquitoes bigger than cars over here. I think I just heard one.
They'll carry you away, that's for sure. They're not as bad in Texas as they are in Louisiana.
Don't be mad at me.
Oh no, they know. You know, Texans know that their mosquitoes are huge. It's a state bird.
The state bird. Yeah. Next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, going to be Jesse James Jr. in a boat he calls Outlaw, boat number 517, modified Eliminator. '19 SDBA High Points champion, looking to see maybe he can repeat that this year, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Jesse James Jr., here he comes. That'll work.
Yeah, that boat, every time that it goes down the water, though, it just looks like it's on a train track.
Looks smooth.
It never moves. Jesse James can drive his butt off, too, so that definitely helps. 801 with a 0 at 97.68 miles an hour for Jesse James Jr. in the Outlaw. Reaction time needs a little work, but, of course, you're going to create a little rust over the off-season. So
tune, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Need truck and trailer for boat number 770 back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer, boat number 770 back to the in-ramp, please. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 1502. They call that boat Stimulus Check.
I love it.
Josh Hassan.
That's my new favorite boat name.
We got one in Arizona, runs by, he calls his boat Trump Money.
Yeah, that works. I like that.
8 seconds is the index. Josh Hassan. Stimulus check's paying off, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll pay for your entry fees. We got enough of them.
All right, up next in the United Rentals left-hand lane is Andrew Becker in the 311 machine they call In Too Deep out of Toe, Texas. Or Buckholz, Texas. I'm not sure which one that's going to be. Either way, seconds, the index ran a 7:46.
Oops.
Might want to consider moving to the top eliminator. We'll see how that goes before the end of the day.
That wasn't supposed to happen. But if you saw it, the front of the boat started bouncing up there, and it gave it a slap pedal.
Put it back down.
And that thing was as smooth as it could be, like glass all the way down the rest of the racetrack. But yeah, 746 and 104, that was an oopsie. So final call, top eliminator, you should be at the ramp. Pro eliminator on standby, quick eliminator, warm them up. Final call, top eliminator to the ramp for your one and only time trial. And be sure to bring your checkbook with you.
Cash.
Or cash, yeah.
Cash money.
Either one of
That's
them.
the answer. In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 704, that's Austin Fugate. How about that? They call that boat Austin's Ride.
All right, so listen up. If you left your ballistic shorts in the bathroom near Tech, Rich has them.
Look down right quick, you'll know.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to find out who's missing their ballistic shorts. But if you are, Rich has them, and he will gladly give them back to you.
He did say you might want to wash them, though. They're a little funky.
All right, so Austin Fugate, of course, the son of Vic Fugate out there.
That doesn't seem to be a problem, so, yeah. Oh, it was easy for me, yeah.
So Austin Fugate, 792 with a 9 at 105 miles an hour. He's a little bit, pretty close to the index, but still that big speed, 105.38 miles an hour for Austin Fugate and Austin's Ride. Yeah, that big speed coming towards you it's hard to judge that at the top end of the track.
It is.
Even if it is just a few mile an hour
Folks
faster.
are running a little harder than they expect them to because of the cool weather too. So
it feels amazing out here. The Lord has blessed us with great weather, and we hope that it continues for the rest of the weekend. And what about 063 line for Austin Fugate too? So he's good to go.
Yep.
They should. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, it worked.
George Olson up next in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Here we go again. The name of that boat, 494, is the number, racing out of Galveston, Texas.
When I realized that it was just a URL like that.
Reminds me of that White Snake song.
And another one running a little fast, ran a 762. Next up in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, boat number 789, Just Cuz they call that boat. That's Jeremy Dickerson.
Yeah, that explains everything. He's from Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Yep.
Yep. Spending many a days and nights in Lake Charles, Louisiana working. Yeah. Jeremy Dickerson, Just Cuz.
Pretty sure I've driven through there, but that's about it.
Consider yourself lucky.
I didn't get any on me. Uh-oh. Get out of the way, rescue.
That's not good.
It didn't sound right coming off the line, and it didn't get any better.
Nope. An abrupt left turn.
That's that same deal I was talking about with those jet boats. Once the motor shuts down, there's no way to turn them. We'll get a jet ski out there and towed back. Need truck and trailer for boat number 789. Back to the in-ramp, please. Jetson's truck and trailer for boat number 789. Need you back to the in-ramp, please. 87.9. 87.9 FM will get you all of our announcing. In the pits, you guys need to make sure that your tow vehicle driver is monitoring that channel so that if we do need you back to the in-ramp or we need you someplace other than where you thought you were going to be, we can get a hold of you. Boat number 789, truck and trailer.
Today we're going to take a closer look at Holley's development truck, a 1999 Dodge Dakota. Let's find out what makes it special. Yep, you can't even tell, but underneath the hood sits a Scat Pack 392 cubic inch Hemi, which packs a solid 485 horsepower. The engine fitment looks factory installed. What a sleeper. A Terminator X Max manages the engine, including the VVT and SRV controls, while a Built Hughes 46RE transmission also takes cues from the Terminator X Max. A huge Holley Pro Dash keeps the driver informed. Aside from the custom badging, you'd never assume what lurks under the hood. Holley has taken the guesswork out of installing a Hemi in your Dakota. First, start off by choosing engine and transmission mounts. Our engine mounts are designed to eliminate firewall and brake booster clearance issues while maintaining proper weight distribution. Our transmission cross members are modular, meaning that they will work with all the popular transmissions just by using the right transmission adapter and the recommended mount. Step 2 is choosing an exhaust system. Our tri-Y headers are designed to work with Hooker Blackheart engine and transmission mounts, giving you maximum clearance and allow left and right-hand starter installations. Our 304 stainless steel headers not only add additional power, but will last a lifetime. Step 3 is choosing an accessory drive. To clear the frame on our Dakota, we've relocated the alternator with our factory style bracket and pulley, which positions the alternator as low and inboard as possible. It fits our one-wire style alternators. If you're using the stock OEM alternator, use this relocation bracket, which works on VVT and non-VVT accessory drives. Step 4 is choosing a flex plate. You'll only need one if you're using an older transmission. Our dish design flex plate allows these older transmissions to mate with Gen 3 Hemi engines. Step 5 is choosing your fuel system. Upgrade your stock fuel pump to handle the increased power of your Gen 3 Hemi. Or choose from a 255 or 450 liter per hour drop-in fuel pump module. We even have a return style or returnless options and fuel rail kits available. Take control of your Gen 3 Hemi with our Terminator X and Terminator X Max EFI systems. Plug and play right out of the box, or take control of your VVT and SRV with Holley EFI software. Terminator X Max also takes control of your 46RE transmission, so you know you're set with a complete turnkey system. The proven performance from Holley EFI systems means less time in the garage and more time in the driver's seat. With our Pro Dash lineup, you'll have all the vitals at a glance on your Dakota. And it doesn't stop there. There's also universal air intake systems, intakes, valve covers, and custom Gen 3 parts. You can be sure to find what you're looking for. From mild to wild, our entire portfolio of brands has the parts you need for your Mopar. Holley has everything you need to get your project going from start to finish. So head on over to holley.com and start planning your Hemi swap.
Since 2007. 2007 was the last time drag boats went down Lake Bryan, and we are so honored to be the first association to be back since then. And we appreciate each and every one of you coming out, all the racers. About 80 boats on property, I believe. So we're in for a good show. As long as Mother Nature will cooperate, we'll have a good show. And even if she doesn't, we'll fight her and we'll win, because we always do, right?
We'll go down fighting, that's for sure.
That is for sure. So we're getting more boats put into the water. We'll be back in just a second. Once again, top eliminator. You should be at the ramp. Pro eliminator on standby. Quick eliminator, warming them up for your test run. First qualifying round will start as soon as we are done with all of our test passes in all categories. We've got a couple of more license runs that are going to come back around, and then we'll be good to go. We're going to start qualifying shortly. All right, so I need Pro Eliminator to the ramp, Pro Eliminator to the ramp, Quick Eliminator be on standby, Pro Comp flat, warm them up.
Next up in the United Reynolds left-hand lane, going to be boat number 630. That's Greg Collier. Calls that boat strictly.
Nice run for Collier, 637 with a 5, 126 miles an hour. Talk about it.
Yeah.
Woo. That was strictly business. 637.
Right-hand lane, Jerry Branham, racing out of Tyler, Texas, calls the boat Back in Black. Boat number 715. Top eliminator going to be looking for 7.
So once again, I need Pro Eliminator to the ramp, Pro Eliminator to the ramp, Quick Eliminator, be on standby, Pro Comp flat, warm them up. Water 687 with a 5 at 115 miles an hour for Jerry Branham. And just like I was saying off the microphone, I love how that boat just sits on top of the water, just barely on top of the water. It's like it's not even getting wet when it goes down the racetrack. That thing is amazing. Jerry's got a nice setup on that boat. A little quick at 687 with a 5, 115 miles an hour, but first time down the racetrack this weekend. First time down the racetrack in a while for a lot of these competitors. Being the first race they have attended.
Sitting in the garage for the off-season and tweaking stuff. Oh, it's Miller time. Boat number 405, that's going to be Matt Miller in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane.
Wow. Wow. Dude.
Matt Miller
That was
drove all
awesome.
the way over to Arizona and raced with us
There was a 90% chance that was all going to
in
shit, dude. But that was
either
awesome.
February or March. I don't remember which one, but a lot of fun to watch him over there. I don't think that's what he wanted at all. I couldn't tell for sure. It just looked like maybe it didn't go in gear, is what it looked like. Be careful, Matt. Don't go fall off the back of that thing.
Oh, I can promise you, if Matt fell off the back of it, it would definitely be Miller time after that.
All right, next up, boat number 717.
Did you say that was a license pass?
Yes, another attempt to.
That's going to be Robert Thurman and Crapshooter back for another license pass.
We're going to need Matt Miller's trailer back to the end ramp, I believe. Matt Miller's trailer back to the end ramp, please. All right, so second attempt at the license pass for Robert Thurman and Crapshooter. That's Sambo Smith's old boat. Just got to make it to half track under power.
Oh.
All right, so Robert Thurman has passed his half track. Now he's just got to make a full track run, and then he will be licensed in top eliminator.
This is our.
All right, back up for another license pass. Whoop. Another half-track pass in the Bryan, Texas right lane. Gavin Snyder, 6 to midnight, that boat.
Gavin driving for Mickey Snyder. Stumbled real bad in the first attempt. He said, come on back and try it again. So this will be his half-track run. If he passes this one, full track, and he gets his license at top eliminator.
right, looks like Matt Miller.
All right, so Gavin Snyder has passed his half-track run. Now he just got to make a full track pass and gets his license.
There you go. Matt Miller on the line, give it another go in the 405 machine. This time in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Calls that boat Miller time.
Don't know exactly what the problems were, but hopefully.
Well, like I said, it looked like it just didn't drop in gear, or maybe the diverter didn't move. I'm not sure what happened, but
someone right. With a Ford, 110.50 miles an hour. That was definitely better that time.
That'll get it done.
Second time's a charm.
3/4 of a second left behind at the start line. Next up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, that's going to be George Goff. They call that boat Bad Magic.
And it's one of the most beautiful boats on property. I love both of the Goffs. George's and GW's boats are beautiful. Well, that wasn't good.
I guarantee you that's not the run he wanted.
Absolutely not. No, that boat usually, every single time he steps on the throttle, it goes down the racetrack. George Goff not going to be happy with that at all. You see him looking around saying, what in the world happened there? Man out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. So we'll get the jet ski out there to pull George Goff either back to the end ramp. So I need George Goff's trailer back to the end ramp, please. George Goff's trailer back to the end ramp. As the safety crew goes out there and
we never did turn Matt Miller's trailer around, by the way. If y'all didn't figure that out, we need to get the out ramp now.
We do apologize. But yeah,
he's sitting up here. Where the hell's that boat?
Yeah, he is back at the out ramp. Sorry. All right, so final call pro eliminator, quick eliminator, I need you to the ramp. Quick eliminator to the ramp, pro comp flat, be on standby. Pro jet, warm them up.
All right, up next in the 083 machine, that's going to be Brady Kimbrough. They call that boat Pure Sin in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Here they come. He shut it down. I'm not sure what happened there either. The clock was ready a long time ago. It looked like the boat just didn't want to go. I suspect it didn't go into gear. That seems to be a problem this morning. Tanya said leave her alone, she's working.
And you know, sometimes
I'm just trying to help.
Sometimes she's joking and sometimes she's not.
Except for it's not even people.
But yeah, another reason that, you know, you take out the transmissions, you take out the engines, and then you put them back in, and something doesn't get buttoned up right, or you know, so that's why we decided to give him a test pass, because his first race of the season. You know, usually we really don't do that, but
well, a lot of these guys are doing a lot of work on these boats over the off season. Gives them a good opportunity to just make sure everything works right.
So that way you don't waste a qualifying session. You know, that's an important part.
I believe we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 083 back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 083, Brady Kimbrough, back to the in-ramp, please. And up next in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, Dave Lipinski out of Madera, California. That's a haul, let me tell y'all. Boat number 508, they call that boat Hot Shot.
He is a long way from home, you know.
Yes, he is.
Well, so are you, but he's even further away from home. Dave Lipinski, 696 with a 2 at 97 miles an hour on the 650 index for Pro Eliminator. So I'd say that's not bad. But Dave Lipinski, hot shot. Making it down the racetrack, that's the most important part. Quick Eliminator, you should be at the end ramp for your test pass. Pro Comp Flats, be on standby. And Pro Jet, warm them up. Well, George Goff tried it again, but it didn't work again. They're gonna have to take that. They're gonna have to take that hot rod back to the pits.
I think he started it in gear that time.
I don't know what happened.
It jumped.
So once again, if you're not already there, George Goff's trailer back to the end ramp, please.
Yeah. We got just a quick minute. Don't forget we got some food vendors out here. The Rowdy Texans set up over there. They're doing breakfast. And then, of course, they'll be doing lunchtime. They got barbecue and burgers and steak kebabs. Texas-sized steak kebabs, it says, but I don't know why you would expect anything less in the heart of Texas. Also got the Kona ice truck over there if you start getting a little overheated. All right, here we go. They call this boat Creighton Me Crazy in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Boat number 602 is Brent Riley out of Corpus Christi.
With a 9 at 86 miles an hour. Yeah, you can definitely tell he was out of the throttle earlier. 594 was at 84 miles an hour. At the 8th mile, 100 miles an hour. So yeah, he was well out of the throttle. And well above the 650 index for Pro Eliminator. Once again, quick Eliminator, you should be at the ramp. Pro Comp flats. Be on standby. Pro Jets, warm them up.
All right, next up, racing out of Malvern, Arkansas, in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 700. That is Cindy Helms, my neighbor over there in the pit area, actually. They call that boat Starfish. I was telling her yesterday that that's actually the name of my fishing boat as well, because, you know, my last name is Star, so I had to, right? So Starfish. But mine goes a heck of a lot slower. I think I can do like 0.5 miles an hour with my trolling motor. She's looking for 6.5. Clock's running. Here she comes. And the boat didn't start. Let's see what's going to happen right there. Here comes the wind.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Got it going, but then it didn't stay going.
Oh, that was awful close to the buoy.
Oh, there we go. Got it done.
All right, so absolute last and final call, quick eliminator. Last call, quick eliminator. If you want your test pass, bring Andrew Jackson with you and you can go down the racetrack. Absolute last and final call, quick eliminator. Pro Comp flats on standby.
See if they're going to take her to the out ramp or the in ramp.
All right, so listen up. Time slips will be on the app all weekend long. SDBA Slips. That is the app. Go to your app store. That's where you'll get your time slips all weekend. SDBA Slips.
Going to need truck and trailer for boat number 700 back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for Cindy Helms, boat number 700 back to the in-ramp, please.
All right, and here comes Cody Childress back up to the whole rope for his half-track license run. The boat picked the front end up and started going right on that last time. So that was the fourth attempt. Fourth time it's ever been in the water. This will be the fifth. Cody out of Burleson, Texas, driving the boat they call Bad Influence. Cody going pro outlaw racing this year. And if they can ever get that boat to go down the racetrack, I'm telling you, it's going to be tough. Of course, Cody Childress building his own power, CCR. Cody Childress racing, I'm telling you. This thing's bad to the bone. Here we go, 20 seconds to countdown. Started trying to dig into the water.
Yeah, ran a little bit to the right and then ended up outside the lanes at half track. Not the run they wanted, I'm sure.
No, definitely not.
George Goff going to try again in the United Reynolds left-hand lane. Bad Magic.
We said second time was a charm earlier, but George is hoping that third is.
Charm. That's the rule. Yeah. Colton, we got this figured out.
Yeah, we don't follow rules.
Well, there you go.
We're racers. Rules are made to be broken. Isn't that what they say?
Records are made to be broken. I don't know about rules.
That's true. I don't know. Warren Johnson used to say, if you're not breaking at least a couple of rules, you're not trying hard enough.
Well, that's true too. No time so far for George. We'll see if we can figure this out.
At 105 miles an hour. George Goff was mad at that thing. He said, get out of this racetrack no matter what.
48 thousandths of a second reaction time. It was like he was drafted about 3 inches at the tail end of the boat the whole way down.
Oh, my
never
gosh.
got down.
That was amazing. Yeah, George Goff's the best.
That was good. Catch me sleeping over here again in the Bryan Texas and lane. Number 1, Ken Jenkins calls that boat through the fire. Quick eliminator looking for a 6-second index.
That was nice. 582, 150 miles an hour. Yeah, that was another oops. We've had about, what, 6 or 7 oopses now? Goodness gracious alive.
The weather's nice and cool. These boats are running a little faster than they want them to. They're going to have to figure out how to dial them back.
He calls that boat through the fire. It looked like he was on fire trying to get away from it down there. 582, 150 miles an hour for Ken Jenkins. Wow. Well, an 064 reaction time. They can get that boat to run that 6-0 number. Ken Jenkins is on it. First shot at the tree in how many months now?
Be tough to beat.
I'm telling you.
Hey, in the pits, Gavin Schneider, boat number 657, needs a little help. He's looking for a prop. He's looking for an 11-inch, 16-pitch, inch and an eighth shaft. Gavin Schneider and the 657 crew are looking for a prop. If you appreciate it. Whoops, there went our church service. He's looking for an 11-inch, 16-pitch, inch and an eighth shaft prop for Gavin Snyder. If you happen to have one extra laying around and you can help him out, go by and check him out there at the 657 pit. They would sure appreciate it.
I need unlimited outboard to the ramp, and Pro Jet to the ramp.
Sambo Smith back on the line in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane. The 623 machine they call Sucker Punch. I believe making his full track license pass. I could be wrong, but I think that's what this is. Looking to move into quick eliminator on a 6-second index. You know, it's not my call, but that looked pretty nice.
All right, so I need Pro Jet and unlimited outboard to the ramp, please. Pro Jet and unlimited outboard to the ramp. Okay, so I think Sambo's going to pass. He passed, yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, God. Yeah, leave it to Sambo.
You can speed that up just a hair and put a capsule on it. It'd be good to go.
Exactly, right? Goodness gracious. So once again, unlimited outboard, need to be at the ramp. And Pro Jet, you need to be at the ramp. Pro Comp Flats, be on standby. Pro Comp Flats on standby. Pro Modified, warm them up. Pro Modified, warm them up. All right, so final call Pro Jet to the ramp. Final call Pro Jet. All right, Pro Comp Flats to the ramp. Pro Comp Flat to the ramp. Pro Modified, warm them up. Pro Modified, warm them up. Pro Outlaw, go ahead and warm yours up too. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. Pro Modified, warm them up. Pro Comp Flats to the ramp. All right, so here comes Tommy the Lunchbox Rice. Driving for Mr. David Carroll out of Marble Falls, Texas, the Electro Free Special. Tail, Tommy, good Lord. 579 with a 4 at 152 miles an hour for Tommy the Lunchbox Rice. Pro Comp Flats to the ramp. Pro Comp Flats to the ramp. One and only test run, Pro Comp Flats to the ramp.
All right, here we go. I believe. In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 017, Robert Anderson. My place or yours, the name of the boat. I think we need to pair that boat up with Netflix and chill. I don't know, but there should be.
Yeah, if it's not, it really should be. But Stimulus Check is definitely my new favorite
There you
name for
go,
a
right?
boat. That's amazing. With an 060 reaction time, not too bad.
That'll work.
I mean, yeah, bless you.
Bryan Texas right-hand lane, going to be GW Golf this time. Pro Comp Flat. They call that one Electro Freeze Express.
Side buoy there at the 1,000 foot though.
Off just a little early.
Yeah, 652 with a 0 at 125 miles an hour for GW. It was 099 on the red side. But yeah, that boat left just as beautiful. It wasn't quite as pretty as his dad's boat, but you know, GW got it going on.
652. I don't think. In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 009. That's Bad Company 2. Dylan Crownover, your driver. Pro Comp Flats.
Crown over 669 with a 5 at 120 miles an hour for bad company too. All right, Pro Modified to the ramp, Pro Modified to the ramp, Pro Outlaw on standby. Top alcohol, flat bottoms, warm them up. Pro Modified to the ramp if you want your test pass. Pro Outlaw, be on standby. Top alcohol, flat bottoms, warm them up.
In the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, David Merchant in the 500 machine he calls Flat Wicked. Pro Comp Flat, beautiful looking machine, sounds nice. Let's see how it runs. Get it done. 673, 116 mile an hour pass. Off a little early, 1600ths of a second too fast. In the United Rails left-hand lane, boat number 202, that's Rodney West Jr. They call that boat Voodoo Canoe. And 12, 7-12, 688 left behind at the start line, 114 mile an hour pass.
Pro Modified to the ramp. Pro Mod, if you want your test hit, you better get to the ramp. Pro Outlaw, be on standby. Top alcohol, flat bottoms, warm them up.
I told him. It started it. Next up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 1107 out of Huffman, Texas. That's Nathan Haynes. He calls that boat Nonsense. Nathan Haynes, 133 will. I don't know about all of that. He says he ran it in 394. I don't think so. Okay, never mind. 394, 133 mile an hour pass. There we go. We switched up to Pro Jet. I apologize. And those guys are running 600. All right. So Pro Jet only running to 660 instead of the full 1,000 feet. All right, here we go. Another Pro Jet in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Boat number 012. They call that boat Seeing Red. That's Stephen Welch out of Spring, Texas. Looks like we got a bunch of our pro mods and pro outlaws lining up. I guess those are all pro mods. We haven't even called the pro outlaws yet. We'll get them over there shortly. First, though, we got to take care of the business at hand. Stephen Welch. In that Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, Seeing Red, the name of the boat, Pro Jet. Stephen Welch, 27 hundredths of a second. Reaction time ran a 4:23. and 23 for 125 mile an hour pass. Next up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, going to be boat number 419, Pro Jet. Pat Hobbs, your driver. They call that boat manufactured money. Oh, thank you. Yeah, now that you're done, I'll sit down and eat.
Pat Hobbs, manufactured money. That's another good one. Another good name for a boat. Projet. Countdown's over. The heads up mile per hour class here in Southern Drag Boat Association. And the boat ain't moving. Countdown's over. Boat's still not moving. And now it's not even running. So obviously an issue there. So once again, Pro Modified, you should be at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, you should be at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw on standby. Top alcohol flat bottoms, warm them up. All right, so we need Pat Hobbs trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Pat Hobbs trailer back to the in-ramp. go, Tim Bostic. Anomaly. It's a good name for the boat. I like that. Anomaly. Our unlimited outboard. Really? It was going there for a little bit. So once again, final call, Pro Modified to the in-ramp. Final call, Pro Mod to the in-ramp. If you want your one and only test pass. All right, so we got Pro Modified boats going into the water. Pro Outlaw be on standby. Top Alcohol flat bottoms warming up. We're getting Pro Mod boats pulled to the whole rope now. Once again, bankshift.com, thank you. Everybody deciding to tune in. Chad Reynolds is up there standing up taking a nap. You look like the Titanic scene. Oh, Chad, thank you for being here, buddy. It's so good to see you at the drag boat races. Just don't fall in, please. Funny. Well, thank you, everybody in Bank Shift Land. Thank you, Chad Reynolds, Brian Loans, and everybody from bankshift.com bringing the live feed to us. They'll be with us for a few races this year. And when they're not here, I believe Racer H2O will be on property. I'll be doing some driver interviews with them, I believe, coming up Paris and Marble Falls, maybe, San Angelo, I can't remember. One of those races. And thank you to everybody who decided to come out and spend your day with us here at the lake. Hope you guys are enjoying the rays of sunshine, a little bit of a cool breeze, and some fast drag boats. And remember this, fans, this is how many of you over there, this is your first time coming to a drag boat race ever? Nobody? Nobody that I can see, at least. Well, I always have a saying, and I do have to admit, I did not come up with the saying. My mentor, Al Tucci, did. He's the first person I ever heard say it. But you're a snail if you don't have a rooster tail, and that's true. So I'm going to put that on a T-shirt. I got his permission to do it. He didn't copyright it, so I will. You're a snail if you don't have a rooster tail, and we are fixing to see plenty of rooster tails now as the pro boats going into the water. Greg Limpar out of Comfort, Texas, coming up in anger management. Looking for a 560, and he goes 565 with an 8 at 159 miles an hour for Greg Limpar. That'll work. That'll definitely work. 565 first pass down the racetrack, a 326 reaction time. Had to pick that up a little bit, but on the 560 index for Pro Modified, that isn't bad at all. Listen up in the pits, I need Pro Outlaw to the ramp, Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Top Alcohol flat bottoms, be on standby. PWC, you warm them up for Q1. And I love the smell of methanol in the mornings, don't you? It's amazing. More Pro Modified being pulled down to the hold rope. Pro Outlaw, we need you to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Top Alcohol, Flat Bottoms, be on standby, and PWC warm them up for qualifying session number 1.
Guys having fun yet? Pretty good, huh?
All right, here we go. Next up in Pro Modified on a 5.6 second index in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane. Boat number. That's Tim Ortiz out of Conroe, Texas.
And we're just testing right
That boat's a Curtis Hydro powered by Chevrolet. And he calls that boat Empty Pockets.
You'll start seeing them running side by side later. It'll be good. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
5.6 seconds the index.
This man took home the Pro Modified and the Pro Jet win in El Reno, Oklahoma last year, and was the #1 qualifier in both classes. So
There you go.
Tim Ortiz coming up.
Run. Let's see what happens.
I'm telling you, man, it would not surprise me to see Tim Ortiz go 560 with anything. Ortiz, watch the number, 547 with a 9, 163 miles an hour for Tim Ortiz. That's just a little bit too quick there, buddy.
He was off the line 2,000ths of a second too early on the other end as well. You're going to have to slow it way down for qualifying. What happens either way.
Tim Ortiz, he was ready to go, wasn't he? He said, man, the winter lasts way too long. Yeah. Watch me go out there, 547.
Modified don't matter. I want to run Pro Outlaw. That's what he wants.
Wow.
All right, here we go. In the wound 2 tight boat, that's going to be Robin Reed in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Boat number 927 out of Arlington, Texas.
Of course, remember what I said earlier whenever we were talking about Cody Childress, and, you know, he'll be mentioned a lot throughout the day.
Right.
Cody Childress built the motor that's going to Robin Reed's hot rod, and his mother, Debbie, is here somewhere. And this is the first race that she has ever seen. No, this isn't her first race, but for a long time she wouldn't come. She wouldn't watch, and still now she says she'll wait until the gear change before she ever lifts her head up and quits praying for Robin. He's going down the track. Of course, Robin's dad, Robert, out there as well. This is definitely a family affair for Robin Reed. 560 the number. Can Robin Reed get anywhere close to it? New motor combination. So we'll see. He'll have to go out there and go 530 or something.
Hey, buddy.
So once again, Pro Outlaw needs you to the ramp. Pro Outlaw needs you to the ramp. Top Alcohol Flat Bottoms on standby. PWC will warm them up for qualifying round 1.
Pro Outlaw, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Flat, you guys need to be warmed up, geared up, fueled up, and ready. Be calling you very shortly. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the in-ramp.
All right, so the countdown has started. Robin Reed coming up in round 2 tight. The man out of Arlington, Texas. Ten seconds to countdown. Nice pass, Robin Reed, straight down the racetrack. 5:32 with a 5. 165 miles an hour. What did I tell you? I told you it would happen. Now Robin's going to go back there and put his boxing gloves on and tell you to slow that thing down. 5:32 with a 5, 165 miles an hour for Robin Reed. I knew it. See, I caught it. I'm not as dumb as I look, I guess.
Next up in the oh man. Next up in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane. Get your announcer face on there, Mike. We got this handled. Boat number 459. 459. That is going to be Henry Benny, maybe? Ben. I don't know. I'm butchering it. I'm sorry. Come up here and kick me later. Baney. There you go. Look, it even says right there. Henry Baney. He calls that boat Don't Blink, which is really good advice on a 5.6 index.
See,
Racing out of Burton, Texas.
I don't quite understand why they call it Don't Blink, because you know Henry keeps his eyes shut the entire time. So.
Well, that's true, but I think he's talking to us. Don't blink or you will miss the run.
Which is definitely true. Henry Baney, wife Carol, somewhere around here.
Yes.
Carol, make some noise if you're out here. She must be at the end ramp. And of course, Mama Alice sitting at home watching on bankshift.com. We love you, Mama Alice. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. And here comes Henry. Let's see, he was fighting this boat in El Reno. The last time I was at an SDBA race in El Reno, it never went down the racetrack. Every time he tried to step on the throttle, and hopefully they've got it fixed now. Henry's weekend started out controversial because he got here and completely sunk the RV and the trailer back in the pits whenever he pulled in. So it's already been eventful for Henry. All right, capsule goes down. Here we go. At 153 miles an hour. That is above the index, which is good. You got to speed it up a little bit. Sometimes it's easier to speed them up just a little bit than slow them down by a lot. So
absolutely. Off the line about a quarter second too fast. Okay, here we go. Next up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, going to be Daryl Ehrlich in the 178 machine. They call that boat Out of Reach. Racing out of Round Rock, Texas. Pro modified, 5.6 seconds is the index. Here we go. 25 seconds left to the countdown. Watch that capsule, y'all. When it closes, it's go time. All right, there goes.
Watch the number 540 with a 4, 163 miles an hour for Mad Max. Papa Doug Mater is out there somewhere, and he's like, ooh, that's a little quick. About 0.2 of a second. Yeah, that's quick. And Daryl Ehrlich missed the tree, 129 on the red side, but Out of Reach, the Out of Reach team, first time down the racetrack in a long time. So I think they'll take a 540.
That'll work. Go ahead, Nicole. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call to the in-ramp. If you want to take your one and only test and tune run today, you need to get there. Pro Outlaw, your final call for your one and only test and tune. Top alcohol flat, go ahead and start bringing them to the in-ramp, please. Top alcohol flat, bring it to the in-ramp. Personal watercraft, be warmed up and ready. We're going to start your qualifying here very shortly. Pro Outlaw, final call. Top alcohol flat, need your boats at the in-ramp. Personal watercraft, you guys will be up first for qualifying. Stand by. Up next in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Going to be boat number 810. That is Mallory Carroll. Calls the boat A Little More Therapy. Pro modified 5.6, racing out of Burnett, Texas. That'll get it done. 5:46. Every one of these guys has broken 5.5 so far. Guys and gals, excuse me. Off a little early, 83 thousandths of a second in the red, and then ran a 5:46 on a 5.6 index, 148 mile an hour pass. Next up, also in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 448, Lee Warren. He calls that boat Say When. Racing out of Wichita Falls, Texas. Top alcohol flat. Need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Top alcohol flat. Need you guys to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, you guys done missed your final call, but I'll give you one last shot at it. Come on.
All right, so Pro Outlaw, if you're not there, you're not going down the racetrack. Top alcohol flat bottoms. You need you to the in-ramp. PWC, be on standby for qualifying, and Stock Eliminator, warm them up for Q1. PWC, be on standby for qualifying round number 1, and Stock Eliminator, get them warmed up.
Lee Warren got it fired up, ready to run.
All right, here we go, 10 seconds to countdown. Let's see, Lee Warren, Say When. This boat right here will absolutely flag get it, so watch out. It made that little wiggle, did you see him? He just pulled it right back in, 592 with a 0 at 147 miles an hour for Lee Warren, 149 on the red side, but 592. A little bit slower, that wiggle got him, I'm telling you. But it got out there and kind of moved around a little bit on him.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, he did a great job of collecting it and getting it and fighting it back down the racetrack, though. So 592, 147 for Lee Warren. So we're going to swap over really quick to Pro Jet. Pat Hobbs wasn't able to go down the racetrack. Something happened with the boat, so we're going to let Pat go down now. Once again, Pro Outlaw, I don't see any of you at the in-ramp. Top alcohol flat bottoms to the in-ramp as well. It's going to be a 415 with a 2 at 129 miles an hour for Pat Hobbs.
All right, jumping back to Pro Modified on a 5.6 index in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Boat number 611 is Brian Miller. Calls that boat Joker's Wild out of Bluffdale, Texas. That's a Curtis 500 Hydro with a small block. I'm assuming it's going to be a Chevrolet.
shoot early. 6:03 with a 6 at 125.
Get out of here. Come on. Get.
Say he passed his full track.
All right, so Brian Miller is now a licensed driver in Pro Mod. Passed it. That was a nice pass, too. I'd be awful proud of that if I was them.
All right, here comes the first of our Pro Outlaws, running on a 5.2 second index. Out of Luling, Texas, that's going to be Eric Dement in the 777 machine they call Real Bad Boy.
All right, gang. So just a little heads up. So I've shown you a couple of times boats out there that are obviously like maintenance and you know, track staff boats. We have the SDBA rescue boats, which there are 2 of them. And then you saw that like aluminum John boat out there. The reason that everything is running in the right lane right now for test and tune is because there was a timing equipment issue. And honestly, I'm not sure if somebody ran into it or if it failed, but regardless, it ended up flipping over upside down and going underwater. And so they have pulled the whole thing up out of the ground or out of the water, which is crazy because I always wondered what these things looked like. And I'll show you, it's a giant tripod, basically, made out of steel tubing. Or what appears to be steel tubing, I should say, based on how heavy it is, with then a single pole sticking up out of the tripod, and that's what the timing equipment is sitting on. And they've pulled that out. They are working on that tripod, appear to be changing some equipment on it. Our timing and scoring guys just came down to the water's edge and handed off some more equipment to one of the rescue boats, which is on its way out there. And so they're fixing that. Obviously, they need to make sure we have timing and scoring, you know, in both lanes. So it's one of those things where we've, you know, it's just what the scenario is. And if it was at the racetrack, they'd be replacing cones. It's a little more difficult here. But getting everything set, because obviously we have qualifying coming later on today as well. So wanting to make sure that everything is rocking and rolling, that all the timing is correct. So that's why they've been just running the right lane right now for test and tune. You know, for the last 30 minutes or so. But they're going to get this thing sorted out, get it ready to rock, because we have qualifying coming up here in just a little bit. Enjoy the SDBA. Big thanks to Holly, Electro-Freeze, and Optima Batteries. We're here. We're live. It's Bryan, Texas for SDBA Drag Boat Racing.
Bad boy, my buddy. I don't know if he's going to, if crew chief said he could turn it loose or not. I don't know. Here we go. He drove the mess out of it. Scoreboard says 5:03 with a 0. 106 177.09 miles an hour for Eric DeMint. 5030. Eric was ready to go. He was 215 red. And a 5030 at 177.09. Missed the fours by that much.
All right, here we go. Next Pro Outlaw in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Boat number 647 out of Rio Medina, Texas. That is Mickey Snyder. Calls the boat Top Gun. 5.2 seconds the index for Pro Outlaw.
They literally finished that boat at like, what, 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday? Like, it worked on it all night long just to get it done to be able to come here. And they made it. So, Mickey Snyder. First time I've actually seen him on the water. So, hopefully, all that work paid off. Try it again, Mickey. There you go. All right, let's see. 10 seconds to countdown. And Mickey goes 590 with a 1 at 150 miles an hour. Was it dragging the chute behind it? And he was dragging something. I don't know if it was a parachute or
Part of
what.
it tried to come loose anyway. I don't think the whole chute came out, but
Oh, the pilot chute did, though.
yeah,
005 red. That's cutting it close.
yeah.
So Mickey's good on that end of the racetrack. And it looked like it was trying to go, man. It really was. And 590 with a 1 at 150 miles an hour for Mickey Snyder.
All right, here we go in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Boat number 521. I knew it was coming because his crew's standing here breathing over my shoulder, but that's all right. That's Rick Breathroad. Calls that boat the Wild Thing. Racing out of Odessa, Texas. 5-2, the number they're chasing. Tone low, Wild Thing. See, I just totally dated myself, but that's all right. About 15 seconds on the countdown, or to the countdown, and here we go. Rick Breathroad and Wild Thing, the 521 machine, ready to make a test and tune run. Hello, hello. There we go. That is definitely not the run they wanted.
That's it. Amazing shot on my left.
Adrian Huff, will you come up to the announcer's booth, please? Adrian, to the announcer's booth. Check, check, 1, 2, check. It's good.
Looks like we got one top alcohol flat going in the water. All right, so final call, PWC, final call. PWC to the end ramp. Stock eliminator, we need you to the end ramp. Modified eliminator, be on standby. Top eliminator, warm up. Stock eliminator, we need you to the end ramp, please. Modifieds, be on standby. Top eliminator, warm up. And this is for qualifying round 1, everybody, just so we're all clear. Starting over with PWC, this is qualifying round numero uno. It was. It was. Right. Here we go. Last year's top alcohol flat bottom champion for the SDBA. That's Bill Miller 0556, the number of the boat. He's in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane. They call that boat Party to the Max. Top Alcohol Flat, racing out of Taylor.
Yeah, and where's Max Davis? He's around here somewhere.
Watching.
That is Max Davis's boat. That's why they call it Party to the Max. And Bill Miller, like you said, last year's High Points champion. And it came down to the wire between him and Bill Diaz. And so Bill Miller, first shakedown run. As you notice the other two, the other two top alcohol flat bottoms decided not to make a test pass. I don't know what that is. Hey, and Bill Diaz is from, what is it, Bullhead City, Arizona?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's part of your kind of.
He's raced with us a bit this year already.
Yeah, he's awesome too. I mean, awesome team, awesome guy. Well, here we go, Bill Miller. Party to the Max. The funny cars of drag boat racing, because you never know what's going to happen when they smash the loud pedal.
Whoops. Look at that boat right over here on the shore. We didn't want to do that at all. Good job by Mel Biller to get out of it and save it.
But I'm telling you, I knew as soon as it started picking it up, and I know when a top alcohol flat bottom is supposed to start putting the nose back down, and it didn't, I knew something was up. That is exactly why they call them the funny cars of drag boat racing. You never know what's going to happen.
Hear a loud pop when he gets out of the seat.
Oh my God!
Because about half of it is not where it's supposed to be anymore.
My heart is still racing, and I'm not even in the boat. I can only imagine.
That was a good save. All right, that does it for Test and Tune this morning for the Southern Drag Boat Association.
What a way to end it, too, man.
Yeah. Wow. A little bit of hair raising.
Yeah, really.
We're going to reset our program, start our first round of qualifying. Moving into personal watercraft. We're going to run qualifying slowest to fastest. Stock eliminators, you can see them over there getting lined up and ready to go in the water shortly. And then we'll run through our program. Come right back for a second round.
All right, so once again, PWC, this is your absolute last and final call, stock eliminator. You should be at the end ramp as well. Modified eliminator on standby, top eliminator, warm them up. Good.
Okay, here we go. First pair is in the lanes for the first round of qualifying for personal watercraft. This is a dial-in class, so the racers will come up and tell us what they think the boat's going to run. We'll dial that into the computer. Computer builds a head start into the computer. About a 2.5 second difference between these two dial-ins. And then we'll get them started, let them run. So in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 004, that's Angelique Shaw. Being Bad, the name of the boat. She's dialed into the 13 flat. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 1469. They call that boat Stretch. That's Colton Byler. He dialed in at 11.5, sponsored by Cardinal Baseball and Football. Eagle Scout candidate. He needs 4 more badges. Special thanks going out to Kenny, Ashlyn, Sarah, John, Justin, Larry, and his cat Patches. All right. Angelie Shaw dialed in at a 13 flat and just ran a 12.92. 12.92 off the line, 1600ths of a second too fast. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, Colton Byler dialed in at 11.5, ran a 12.85. Little slow coming off the line, 1.5 seconds to get going. He'll want to do that better for the next round. We'll see how it goes. Stock Eliminator, we need you to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, we need you guys at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, we need you to the in-ramp for first round of qualifying. There's only 4 of you down there, and I know there's more. Modified Eliminator, you guys are on deck, be ready. Top Eliminator, be warmed up, get fueled up and ready to go. We will be calling you shortly. All right, next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, going to be boat number 115, Leighton Pippinger. They call that boat Nitro Reaper. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat 357, long time coming, they call that boat. That's Jacob Nodler. Sponsored by, or special thanks going out to Mom and Dad, Oma and Opa, Chris Clay, Gary Payne, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, and thanks to Mike Griffith. Also to RFC and RESP. 13-3 the dial-in for Jacob Nodler, 14-4 the dial-in for Leighton. All right, Leighton Pippinger dialed in at 14.4, ran a 14.08. 14.08. Jacob Nodler dialed in at a 13.3, ran a 13.14. 1.7 seconds reaction time. Leighton Pippinger off the line, 2700ths of a second too fast.
All right, listen up, everybody. Listen up, racers in the pits. So the internet connection out here in Bryan, Texas is a little slow. And right now it's too slow. So you're not getting any text message notifications from the SDBA because, you know, simply the internet connection is not strong enough to be sending them out right now. So you're not going to get any text message notifications. And the time slips are being a little funky too. So if you need to come up here and get your time slip, we will print it off for you if you can't get it on the app. So just a heads up, just so everybody knows. So be paying attention to the PA to listen to when your classes are being called, because the text message system right now not working. So and radio station, what is it? 87.9 on the FM dial. Turn it up and rip the knob off.
Okay, got our next pair of personal watercraft for first round of qualifying in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Boat number 719 is Lane Rabarski. They call that ski the Reaper. Dialed in at a 15-7. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, Lynn Blackburn calls that boat Lynn's Ride. Boat number 19 dialed in at a 10.3. 5.4 seconds the difference between these two boats, and it's qualifying, so it really won't make a big difference right now, but it's interesting. Watch and see what happens. A lot of times that slower boat, or the faster boat rather, will have a real hard time sitting there for that long waiting to go, and they'll often end up red lighting. We'll see what happens right here.
So 1591 at 44 miles an hour for Lane Rybarski with an 0:20 reaction time. Lynn Blackburn was way early, goes 10:55 on the 10:30 at 68 miles an hour, and that's a pretty quick jet ski right there.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Almost 4.25 seconds or 4.5 seconds too early. It's real hard to watch your competition's taillights, so to speak, as they pull away from you. And in qualifying, it doesn't really matter, but in eliminations later on, it sure will make a difference. All right, I think this is our last pair of personal watercraft. It looks like it anyway. Got our stock eliminators getting in the water.
All right, so I need modified eliminator to the ramp, stock eliminator, this is your final call. Modified eliminator to the ramp, top eliminator be on standby, pro eliminator, warm up. All right, so listen up, capsule boat drivers and crew, or anybody with a plug in your boat. Please do not pull the plug out of your boat until you get further up the off-ramp. And wait till you get out there on the asphalt road or something like that, or on the hill or something, but it's creating a big mud hole down there. So please just wait until you get further away from the out-ramp before you pull the plug.
Your last pair of personal watercraft for qualifying first round in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Boat number 269 is Jody Smith. Calls that boat Little Maniac. Dialed in at a 13 and 25. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane in the 738 machine, that is Jake Stevenson. Calls that ski Little Okie. Dialed in at a 13-17, and here they come. Got a red light in the left lane.
And so I can't pick on Jake Stevenson, very much more because he did redeem himself. He went 001 red last time, 060 this time. Jody was the one who went red this time, 1325 on a 1325 though. At 53 miles an hour for Jody Smith, that's going to put her number one qualifier. And so she redeems herself there. Jake Stevenson, of course, 060. He goes 1325 with a 5 at 54 miles an hour. And that'll put him at number two qualifier as it sits right now. So Jody and Jake sitting number 1 and 2.
Jody just said earlier that she'd never read that in qualifying, right? That was
yeah. That's what she said. So
we'll take it. All right, that's going to do it for personal watercraft. We're going to move to stock eliminator. And your first pair of stock eliminator in the United Rentals left-hand lane is boat number 655. That is Ashley Winslet and Vanishing Breed out of Pflugerville, Texas, sponsored by, and thank you actually, going out to Nancy Davis, Georgetown Collision, Fast Lane Fabrication, and racing in loving memory of Nancy's and Jerry Davis. Thank you to her crew, Mom and Dad, Brian and Sean Paul.
Oh no! Something happened to Cage Genesis boat. Actually wins it 898 with a 1 at 78 miles an hour, but something happened to Cage Genesis boat. It popped down there as soon as he hit the throttle. So we're going to need Cage Genesis trailer back to the end ramp, please. Please, Cage Genesis trailer back to the end ramp. That was just strange. I don't know. Cage boats usually maintain very well and
probably loaded up right there.
Yeah.
They fired it. Too much fuel. When you hang a couple of soda cans off the side, let them drag. All right, your next pair for stock eliminator in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Boat number 169, that's Megan Warren. She calls that boat Capital Punishment. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 555, Jason Gothard out of San Angelo, Texas. That boat's a Youngblood powered by Chevrolet, and they call it Sodally Tober.
yeah.
Sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Extreme Barbecue, Walls Tractor Repair, Wayman's Pitch Ford Incorporated, and Cookers for Christ. The crew is Michelle, Bruce, Sella, Tag, Jason, Shanna, Terry, Joel, and Mouse. Holy cow, that's a lot of people.
It's a big party in Jason Gothard's pit every night. Jason was 061. Jason goes 888 with a 2 at 88 miles an hour on the 9 flat dial or index. 899 with a 0 at 82 miles an hour for Megan Warren. She misses it by 100th of a second. So far, nobody has went above the index yet. Everybody's been under the index. And remember, if you go under the index, you go straight to the bottom of the sheet.
Exactly. If somebody steps on your mic cord. Oh. Coming up to be past lunchtime, don't forget the Rowdy Texan food truck set up over here back behind the spectator area. They got Texas-sized steak kebabs, if that's what you want. They got some barbecue, hamburgers. Stop by and get yourself some grub. If you're starting to get a little warm, they got a little icy truck back there too.
Yeah, the Kona ice. I'm going to have to go back there and get me one.
There you go. Get the blue coconut. Your lips will be blue the rest of the day.
I'm a pina colada fan myself.
Okay.
I like pina colada. Or wedding cake. Both of those are good. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, blue lips.
Walk around looking like you ate a Smurf.
Either that or look like you're frostbit. Yeah.
All right, getting our next pair of stock eliminators in the lanes. Looks like maybe your mod eliminators are working their way there too.
Yeah, modified eliminator, you should be there.
Okay, here we go. In the United Reynolds left-hand lane, boat number 061, that's Frank Moom. Break out another something. I don't know, we ran out of characters, so I have no idea what it says. Now in at a 10 and 14. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 424 is Plum Crazy. That's Rodney Blackstock. Now in at a 9-5.
On the 950, he goes 961 with a 5 at 80 miles an hour. It was 089 red. Frank was 122 on the red side and dialed in 1014. He goes 1027 with a 7 at 77.7 miles an hour. There's a bunch of 7s. And so number 2 qualifying spot right now for Frank. Number 1 qualifying spot for Rodney as it sits right now. All right, so final call, modified eliminator. I need top eliminator to the end ramp, please. Top eliminator to the end ramp. Pro eliminator be on standby. Quick eliminator, warm them up.
All right, next up in the United Reynolds left-hand lane is boat number 1457. Zachary Watson calls that boat Chicks Dig It. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, Grant Snyder in the 746 machine they call Blackie's Magic. Grant Snyder dialed in at a 10 and 18. Zachary Watson dialed in at a 10 and 2.
Grant, who just got his license in stock eliminator as well. So Grant Snyder, how about a 019 reaction time, 10:30 with a 5 on the 1018, 74 miles an hour. Zachary Watson was 721, was a little late. On the 1020, he goes 901 with a 3 at 85 miles an hour in the United Reynolds side of the racetrack. But how about that for Grant Snyder and Blackie's Magic? Blackie is on property. Hoping you're feeling better, Blackie. Wish you all the best, my friend. 019. You got yourself a driver there, Blackie. All right, so due to the slow internet, the time slip app is not working. So we're going to start printing time slips at the SDBA truck. So for your time slips, you can come up here and get your time slips on paper. So we do apologize for the inconvenience, but nothing we can do. Can't control the internet speed, so.
All right, got our next pair in the lanes for stock eliminator. In the United Rails left-hand lane, boat number 569S. That is Rodney West Sr. It's only money 2, the name of that boat. 10 seconds, 10 flat to dial in. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 689, Jimmy Christian calls that boat BC Racing. He's dialed in at a 13 flat.
Jimmy was late. That's all I'm going to say. 12:41 on the 13 flat, 63 miles an hour. Rodney West Sr. was, late in his own right, but not as late. And 3 thou away from being perfect on the dial. He goes 999 with a 7, 78.82 miles an hour. He'll be the number 4 qualifier. Jimmy Christian will be the number 8 qualifier, as it sits right now. But man, that's close. 0.03 of a second away from perfect on the dial and being the number 1 qualifier.
All right, moving into modified eliminator now, running on an 8-second index. First up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 770. That is Kent Durham. Calls the boat Trick or Treat. Sponsored by JCD Production, Rockies Automotive, and thanks to Ken, Tony, Paula, Randy, Stacy, and his crew, and also to Big Mike. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 572, the Slippery Pickle, they call that boat. That is Tyler Bohm, racing out of Rio Medina, Texas. Not the run Kent Durham was hoping for.
Definitely not.
Did not sound happy all the way down. A timing issue, I'm sure. Bring it back, see what happens.
All right. All right, racers, listen up. You will get 2 rounds of qualifying today. That's the plan. 2 rounds of qualifying today. And we'll play a bear.
You gotta say it early. Or they'll be already back there. Next up in the whoops.
Next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker out of Tow, Texas. Calls that boat in too deep. Big thank you going out to GNC Machinery, Gary Lindsay, his Toho Danny Springer, Dennis Wyatt and Christian, Danny and Christine Springer, Joe and Louis Decker, Robert Moore, and Looking Pretty Decals. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane in the 239 machine, that is Greg Conley. Calls that boat Thunder and Lightning.
So once again, racers, just in case you didn't hear me, you will get 2 qualifying sessions today. So don't open the ice chest just yet. You got 1 more qualifying round to go today. And then you can have all the fun you can stand. All right, countdown started, 20 seconds to go. For Andrew Decker and Greg Conley. 8 flat, the target number. Be the number 1 qualifier. Goes close to 8 flat without going quicker. Conley 771 with a 3 and 774 with a 6. At 100 miles an hour, I apologize, on an 8 flat, 772 with a 7, and 98 miles an hour for Andrew Decker on the 8 flat index. So neither one of them going above the index, both going under. Andrew Decker was 266 on the green side. Greg Conley was 213 on the red side.
Your next pair for modified eliminator on an 8-second index in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 402. That is Mountain Whittlesey? I don't know. Whittlesey, I'll go with that. They call the boat Little Bud in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Man, that breeze feels nice all of a sudden, doesn't it? In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, that's Jesse James Jr. in a boat he calls Outlaw, the 517 machine. Out of Tyler, Texas, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks Group, David and Carrie Miller, Just Christmas Decor, Big Mike Ona and Jake Kopkin, and also Eagle Motorsports.
All right, so listen up. Final call, top eliminator, final call. Pro eliminator. Pro eliminator, we need you to the ramp. Pro eliminator to the ramp. Quick eliminator, be on standby. Pro comp flats, warm them up.
Moving right along.
All right, so here we go, the Outlaw and Lit Bud. Look at Jesse James, man. Jesse was 0.87. How about 8.000?
Yeah.
And the number one qualifier, 97.82 miles an hour for Jesse James Jr. And I think you know why. He was last year's High Points champion. I believe it, yeah.
2019.
It was either runner-up or winner last year as well.
There you go.
Jesse James Jr. 8.000. Number one qualifier, Jesse James Jr.
Tough luck. Well, the Lit Bud did not want to stay lit. Not sure what happened there. Melton Whittlesey still in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Going to try again in the 402 machine. And in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, number 789, Austin Dickinson and Chris Taylor. Tough luck for Melton, man. That's good. Heartbreaking 2 times in a row.
That was a good one. 7:13 with a 0 at 107 miles an hour. Dawson Dickerson. 288 reaction time, but
Sorry about that,
under by a bunch. No, you're fine. But man, the 7:13 with a 0 at 107 on an 8 flat. I'd say they missed a tune-up on that one.
Standing on top of you. I'm sorry. We need truck and trailer for boat number 402. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer back to the in-ramp for boat number 402, Melton Whittlesey. Back to the in-ramp, please.
Once again, I need pro eliminator to the ramp, pro eliminator to the ramp, quick eliminator. Be on standby, pro comp flats. Warm up.
In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 111 is Steve Walls and Happy Hour. In the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, in the boat they call Biggest Crush, that's Austin Fugate. 04 machine out of Fort Worth, Texas.
Steve Wall, 792 with an 8 at 96.16 miles an hour. It was 040 on the wrong side of the tree. Austin Fugate, 291. He goes 831 with a 5 at 99 miles an hour. That'll put him number 2 on the qualifying sheet right there. A lot of people going under the index. Austin Fugate, one of the two. Jesse James Jr., of course, number 1 qualifier, and Austin Fugate, number 2 at 831 with a 5 at 99 miles an hour. So that's a pretty, fair spread when you think about it, from the number 1 to the number 2 spot. So it's very possible to sneak in there and, grab that number 2 spot from Austin Fugate. But Steve Walls going under the index, not able to do that by, what was that? 12th out. All right, final call, pro eliminator to the ramp. Final call, pro eliminator. Quick eliminator needs you to the ramp as well. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Pro comp flats, be on standby. Pro jet, warm them up.
In the United Reynolds left-hand lane, boat number 1502, that is Josh Hausen. And Cole's favorite boat, Stimulus Check. And in Bryan Texas right lane, that's George Olson in the 494 machine. He calls, "Here we go again," out of Galveston, Texas. 8 seconds on the index, modified eliminator. First round of qualifying. Here we go.
With a 6 at 89 miles an hour for George Olson, a little bit behind. Josh Hausen was behind as well, 804 with a 2 at 101 miles an hour. So now Josh goes to the number 2 spot, knocks Austin Fugate down to 3. George Olson goes to the number 4 spot at 849.6. And Stimulus Check cashing in at number 2 spot.
And Josh Hausen's going to want to clean up that start line. 1.6 isn't going to cut it tomorrow, that's for sure. And your next boat for Pro Outlaw, going to be a license pass up. Going to be boat number 077, Cody Childress, and Bad Influence.
So once again, quick eliminator, you should be at the ramp. Pro Comp Flats, be on standby, and Pro Jet, warm them up. It's Cody Childress and Bad Influence comes up to the hold rope now. I think Cody's biggest bad influence is Travis Tuttle over there. Travis is the one that talked him into this. I'm just kidding, Travis. I just blame it on you because I like you.
Maybe it's Travis being a bad influence on Cody then.
All right, so let's see, half track licensing pass right here for Cody Childress. Can you do it? 10 seconds countdown.
Watch that capsule. Once it goes down, it's time. There it goes. That'll take care of it. Oh! And a 5. Oop, I can't, but it hurts.
Oh, it hurts so bad.
That was pretty, y'all. That's what I'll say.
All right, so quick eliminator, final call, quick eliminator. If you don't want to be there for your first round, well, you got one more, that's all I can tell you. Quick eliminator, no boats in the lanes or on the ramp, so it's, yeah. Pro-Con flat, be on standby, Pro Jet, warm them up, but quick eliminator, you need to get there. Rich is tired of waiting on you. So Cody Childress is now licensed in Pro Outlaw. So that was what he needed to do, and he done it.
Got it done.
And it's quick and fast.
It was wicked quick. Here we go. In the United Rentals left-hand lane is boat number 630. That is Greg Collier. Calls the boat strictly business. Top eliminator now, running on a 7-second index out of Orange Grove, Texas. And in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, boat number 405, Matt Miller, calls that boat Miller Time. Sponsored by Matt Miller was not happy with that the first time through and not happy again. 0.13 of a second too fast and then ran an 8:55. Clearly the boat just didn't sound good all the way down. He wasn't real happy with it. Greg Collier off the line at 67 of a second. 121, almost 122 mile an hour pass with a 6:58. 6:58 on a 7-second index. That actually put Matt Miller, of course, first round for top eliminator, but Matt Miller be your number one qualifier right at the moment. A lot of room to play with there, 1.5 seconds below the index. All right, next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 717, Robert Thurman making a license pass, top eliminator, Crap Shooter, the name of the boat. All right, Robert Thurman did pass his license, and that will count as his qualifying pass as well. Little fast on a 7-second index, ran a 6:96, 6:9, 6:3, 16 thousandths of a second for a reaction time.
How about that?
That's good.
Getting his license, an 0:16 reaction time, and a 6:96 at 116 miles an hour. So Robert Thurman,
he's got another qualifying run to make, or it'd be Miller time for him too.
Yeah, right?
Think he earned it?
Oh yeah, he definitely earned it. He'll probably have an extra one tonight.
All right, here we go.
Just for
Indiana
that.
Reynolds left-hand lane out of Midland, Texas. That's Kevin Conklin in the 828 machine they call Texas High Risk. In the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, boat number 715 is Jerry Branham. They call that boat Back in Black out of Tyler, Texas. Top eliminator running on a 7-second index. And here they come.
Well, Jerry Branham, 692 with a 4 at 115. He was 040 on the tree. Kevin Conklin was 169 at red. Goes 663 with a 6 at 121 miles an hour, so way fast on the 7.0 index. All right, so listen up. Final call for a quick eliminator. Absolute last and final call. Pro Comp flat, we need you to the ramp. Pro Comp flat, we need you to the ramp. Our unlimited outboard, we need you to the ramp as well. Unlimited outboard, need you to the ramp. Pro Jet, be on standby. Pro Mod, warm them up.
And your next pair for top eliminator in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 433 is George Goff and Bad Magic out of Shoto, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Electrofreeze of Texas, Bruce and Bobby Wicker, K&S Engines, Tommy Thompson, Tulsa Sheet Metal, Bill Duke, Electrofreeze Express and his crew, Marsha Hall, Todd Williams, Trevin, and Rayleigh Goff. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 050, that is Bob Winder and Mama's Diamond. We're racing out of Lake Hills, Texas. 7 seconds is the index.
1 qualifier, Mr. George Goff. Bob Winder was 2:15. He was 9:31 with a 7 at 87 miles an hour. You can just tell the boat just was not happy.
It sounded like the pop-off valve was stuck. But it just kept, or the ref just kept popping.
It wasn't right. But number 3 qualifiers, since everybody started going, kept going under the index.
There you go.
So Bob Winder sitting number 3 right now, but George Goff, Mr. George, sitting number 1. That's a place that he is familiar with being in. I'm just going to say that.
Your last boat for top eliminator, I believe, in the United Reynolds left-hand lane. Boat number
When all else fails, grab another microphone. It's going to be boat number 083, Brady Kimbrough, Pure Sin, the name of the boat. Racing out of Houston, Texas on a 7-second index.
check.
All right, so once again, really quick, Proton flat to the ramp. Brady Kimbrough, 688 with a 2 at 116 miles an hour. Number 6 qualifier right now. Pro Comp flat when he's to the ramp. Pro Comp flat to the ramp. Unlimited outboard. Need you to the ramp as well. Pro Jet, be on standby. Pro Mod, warm them up.
Check. Prepare pro eliminator. Dave Lipinski in the 508 machine they call Hot Shot in the United Reynolds left-hand lane. Grant Riley, Peyton Me Crazy in the 602 machine in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane. 6.5 is the index. Dave Lipinski all the way
but I don't know what it was, but it wasn't good. Brent Riley goes 0-14, goes 6:32 with a 9 at 126 on the 650 index for Pro Eliminator, but Dave Lipinski and Hot Shot all the way out of California.
It's a long trip back to California.
It really is.
Boat.
Oh, man, I hope it's not
fun at all. Hopefully everything works out good. Get it back to the pit, get it squared away. Need truck and trailer for boat number 508, Dave Lipinski. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 508, Dave Lipinski. Back to the in-ramp, please.
So, just a second so we can clarify. Brent Riley, we need your boat or your truck and trailer back to the end ramp. Dave Lipinski is the one that goes at 7:32. They had it swapped in our computer. I apologize. 6:32 with a 9, 126 for Dave Lipinski. So Brent Riley's truck and trailer, we need it back to the end ramp, please. Brent Riley's truck and trailer, we need it back to the end ramp, please. Dave Lipinski's team, you're good.
Lipinski's trailer, y'all just stay at the out ramp. That was a oops.
All right, so final call, Pro-Comp Flats, final call. Pro-Jet, bring me to the ramp. Pro-Jet to the ramp. Unlimited outboard to the ramp as well. Pro-Modified, be on standby. Pro-Outlaw, warm them up.
Your next pair in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 314, Vic Fugate. And Blacked Out, sponsored by Electro Freeze of Texas. Two Guys Marine, Tony Heinrich Racing Engines. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 700, Cindy Helms calls her boat Starfish, sponsored by Irvin Caps Racing and
Vic Fugate, 635 with a 9 at 127 miles an hour. He was 039 red. Cindy Helms was 463, goes 670 with a 5 at 110 miles an hour to be your number one qualifier. As it sits right now, everybody running quicker than the index because it's just a fast day out here. When Brother Mike was praying, he said we need a fast day, we need a loud day, and most importantly, a safe day. And so far, so good on all of those.
Yes,
so thank
sir.
you, Jesus.
right, now we're moving into quick eliminator in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Boat number 301 is Tommy Rice in the Electro Freeze Special. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, in a boat he calls Through the Fire, that is Ken Jenkins. Sponsored by Causeway Marina.
All right, so let's see what Lunchbox has got. Ken Jenkins never moved a muscle. How about Tommy the Lunchbox Rice? 004 reaction time. Goes 594 with a 9 at 148 miles an hour. Ken Jenkins never moved. But Tommy the Lunchbox Rice, 004. And I'm sure David Carroll is glad that he got Lunchbox to drive that boat for him, because Tommy is amazing. Yeah, and Tommy is in the hunt for that best reaction time giveaway that they are doing. A free membership to RESP for the best reaction time of the weekend. Also, don't forget to go by and get your raffle tickets for the canopy at the Flat Fancy Pit. Go be a membership of the RESP. They're a great organization, great people. They do a lot for the sport of drag boat racing. Let's go over there and support them. And you buy $5 raffle tickets, you get a chance to win your very own 10x15 hardcore, heavy duty canopy. So they'll be doing that drawing, like you said, in Phoenix, Arizona later on in the year. November the 7th. So they'll be drawing for that. You do not have to be present to win, of course. But if you want to be, you should want to be present for that race. Absolutely. So Pro Jet, you should be at the ramp. Pro Modified on standby. Pro Outlaw, you should be warming them up. This is qualifying round number 1. All right, Pro Modified to the ramp. Pro Modified to the ramp, please. Pro Mod to the ramp. Pro Outlaw, be on standby. Top alcohol, flat bottom. Warm them up.
Your next pair of quick eliminators in the United try that again. In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 623 is Sambo Smith. I hate when my tongue gets tied up around my tonsil. They call that boat Sucker Punch. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane in the 110 machine, Ken
And Ken Jenkins' boat still having trouble on the starting line. Sambo and Sucker Punch goes 580 with a 7 at 141 miles an hour on the 6 flat. We still need Brent Wiley's trailer to the end ramp as well. Brent Wiley's trailer to the end ramp.
We need Ken Jenkins, boat number 110, truck and trailer back to the end ramp as well. Tough luck for Ken Jenkins. I know that's not the, he had a beautiful run earlier in Test and Tune and then just sort of wasted it, I guess. We'll see. Hopefully they can get that thing back to the pit, figure out what's going on with it and get it back. It doesn't sound like it even started either time. Maybe a dead battery, maybe a starter's going bad, who knows.
All right, so once again, Pro Modified to the ramp. Pro Outlaw on standby, top alcohol, flat bottoms, warm them up. So once again, Ken Jenkins, trailer and truck, we need you back to the end ramp, please. All right, here we go. Quick eliminator, Robert Anderson. Robert out of Hoffman's, Texas. Sponsored by Huffman Performance, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Task Construction, Miller Excavation, B&D Waterland, Nitrous Outlet, Go Lithium Batteries, and Pat Hobbs Manufactured Homes. Robert Anderson, quick eliminator, 6 flat is the index of B. And Bryan Texas side of the racetrack, the near lane. Nice pass for Robert Anderson, 6:03 with a 5, 122 miles an hour, your number 1 qualifier. In quick eliminator right now, 6:03, 122 miles an hour on the 6 flat index, number 1 on the qualifying sheet as it sits. Everybody else in the class so far, well, there's only been 2 more that have been down the racetrack. Ken Jenkins, of course, going to be down at the bottom of the list. Tommy the Lunchbox Rice sitting number 2, and Sambo Smith number 3. Robert Anderson, new number 1 qualifier.
All right, here we go. In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 202, that's Rodney West Jr., calls the boat Voodoo Canoe. Pro Comp Flat, now in at a 6'9". In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 434 is GW Golf. Calls that boat Electro Freeze Express, now in at a 6'52".
me, 649 with a Ford, 125 miles an hour on the 652. 037 reaction time. Rodney West Jr. 341 on the tree and 711 with a 7 at 69 miles an hour. Or on the 690 dial. I apologize, at 114.97 miles an hour. Ladybug or Lovebug was freaking me out there for a second. GW going to be sitting in the number 2 spot right now. And Rodney West Jr., of course, being above the dial. He gets the number 1 spot. So we'll bring out a couple of more Pro Comp flats. Pro Modified, you should be at the ramp. Pro Modified, you should be at the ramp. Pro Outlaw on standby. Top Alcohol flats. Warm them up.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, thanks for tuning in. If you've been with us all morning, well, thank you. We appreciate it for sure. Big thanks to Holly and Optima Batteries. Those two guys right there. They are awesome. They did a great job sponsoring us here this year for our 2021 live streaming season here on bangshift.com. Of course, the SDBA, the Southern Drag Boat Association, as well as Electro Freeze of Texas. Also want to thank all of these fine folks down here. Big thanks. They are also sponsors here on the live broadcast for the SDBA this weekend. If you're just tuning in and you're not familiar with drag boat racing, I've seen some questions in there in the comments that I'll address. So as you can see, the boats are getting launched right there behind the starting line, and then they go down the race course and just keep going, and across the lake is another ramp that they are pulling them out of the water in. So their truck pulls up, dumps them in the water here, pulls out, goes around the corner and drives all the way down the road to get to the other end of the race course to pick them up after their run. Now, the Christmas tree, quote unquote, is not lit up on our side, so you guys can't see the tree coming down. But the reality is that the tree, the outer lights flash or turn on solid in order to tell them they have 30 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever. They can fire up the boats that way. They are all hanging onto a rope. That's what their arms are up there for. If you can't see that, some of the glare. They are holding onto a rope, literally, and as soon as they know that it's about time, they let go of the rope. They fired these ones up. They are still holding onto the rope. And then when the countdown starts, they'll leave the rope and try and time crossing the starting line. That's how they get a reaction time here. So not like on the drag strip where they are going straight for the green by watching the last yellow. Nope, this one, they got a time crossing the starting line. It's a whole pacing thing, so it's pretty cool.
Miles an hour, your new number one qualifier, but all the attention was on Frank Carter. I apologize. Dylan Crownover, that was an awesome run. Congratulations, number one qualifier, as it sits through the first qualifying session. But Frank Carter, that thing almost stood straight up. Oh my gosh.
Well, they do call it flat flying, so...
Yeah, it was for takeoff.
I don't think we wanted it flying right at that moment, but...
Frank Carter, you are clear for takeoff.
Thankfully, he was able to keep it under control. Didn't hit the lights. That would have looked like he was going to jump right over into the center of the lane. Got that resolved, and then safely made it down to the other end, which is exactly what we want every single time.
Special announcement, we need some...
That's why flat bottoms are crazy. We got one more Pro Comp flat to go, but these big blown flatties, man, they're nuts. Top alcohol flats are coming up later as well. They are absolutely insane. Man, what a rush watching these guys run. But we do have one more Pro Comp flat to run.
GW Golf and his wife Dawn, all of them helping him out. David Merchant, 676.
676 was a prediction. He goes 673 with a 2 and 119 miles an hour. Put him fifth on the qualifying sheet, does David Merchant. And once again, I need Pro Modified Q1 to the ramp, please. Pro Modified Q1. We're missing a few of you. Pro Modified Q1. Need to be at the ramp. Pro Outlaw on standby. Alcohol flat bottom.
Another thing people are commenting on, I'm wearing a hoodie. Actually, it is 79 degrees out here. There is a breeze, but luckily, it is, I mean, it's warm for a hoodie, but I'm not uncomfortable warm. And so, quite frankly, I'm here with my my hood up in order to stay out of the sun. So I would prefer to be a little more comfortable, but instead of having to slather on sunscreen like a madman, 3 days in the sun out here will get you. So staying covered up is a good way to go. So yeah, so that's why. It's nice as far as the temperature goes. It is cloudy, and so the sun keeps coming out. So you notice the camera getting light and dark, and I'm having to mess with that. But it's just is what it is. Texas, spring weather. It is thunderstorm season here. And speaking of which, we're doing 2 rounds of qualifying here today. We haven't even got through the first one yet. We're way late starting today. It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They probably can run until 7 or 8 before it gets too dark. But Sunday, the weather is not supposed to be good in the afternoon. So I will find out tonight if that's going to change the schedule tomorrow, if they'll perhaps get eliminations started tomorrow or maybe all of them tomorrow. I'm not really sure, but definitely need to make sure that they get that handled. Now it is my favorite. It is Pro Jet, aka Finnegan's class, but he is not here.
At 128 miles an hour through the 8th mile. And that'll put him number 1 on the qualifying sheet right now in Pro Jet. Listen up, I need Pro Outlaw. I need you to ramp. Pro Outlaw, I need you to ramp. Top Alcohol Flats. Be on standby. PWC, get them warmed up. Top Alcohol Flats on standby. PWC warm up for round 2. Pro Outlaw to the ramp.
All right, here we go. Another Pro Jet in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Pat Hobbs, boat number 419, calls that boat manufactured money. That's a Daytona with 632 cubic inches of power behind him. Member of the Outlaw Boat Races. He's going to be in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. I apologize. Hobbs Manufactured Homes, C&D Mechanical, Hobbs Motorsports, and Huffman Performance all helping to sponsor that machine for Pat Hobbs.
Number 2 qualifier as it sits right now.
All right, next up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 1107 is Nathan Haynes. Calls the boat Nonsense out of Huffman, Texas. Sponsored by Huffman Performance, B&D Waterland, Gibson Insurance, Miller Excavation, TAD Construction, Place Diverter Controls, Armed Sports.
Number 1 qualifier knocks Tim Ortiz off the top, puts him number 2. Pat Hobbs sitting 3rd, with only Stephen Welch left to run in Pro Jet. Once again, Pro Outlaw, you should be at the ramp Top Alcohol Flats on standby. And PWC, warm them up. Pro Outlaw, you need to be at the ramp for Q1.
All right, next up going to be Tim Bostic in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 317. He calls it Anomaly Unlimited Outboard, sponsored by Haas Props and Senseless Racing.
All right, well, Tim Bostic was going to make a pass, and as soon as he let go of the rope, the boat started turning, so get him straightened back up and try it one more time. He actually stepped out of the boat, checked something over.
All right, they reset the tree for Tim Bostic. Got himself turned back straight. Here come the lights.
.35 with a 312 miles an hour for Tim Bostic.
How much was that?
All right, here we go. First pair of Pro Modified. In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 459. That is Henry Benny. Banny? There you go, Banny. I got it. Calls the boat Don't Blink. Sponsored by Ranch King, Taylor Wheel and Frame, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Rick Heidel, Tad's Cajun Seafood in College Station, and Love Ya Mama Alice. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 178 is Daryl Ehrlich. Calls the boat Out of Reach. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment. 5.6 seconds, the index.
Daryl Ehrlich's boat hiked the front end way up. 5:53 with a 1 at 157 for Henry. With an 0:21 red reaction time, Daryl Ehrlich 5:64 with a 9. 160 miles per hour for the four-time champion. And he's going to be your number one qualifier in Paw Paw Doug Mader's Pro Modified boat. 5:64 with a 9, 160 miles an hour. Henry Baney, 5:53 at 157. Put him number 2 right now, but under the index of 560.
Next up in the United Rentals, left-hand lane, boat number 448, that's Lee Warren, calls the boat Say When, out of Wichita Falls, Texas, sponsored by local Oliver Brothers, Transmission, Steve and Leslie Pruitt for the motor, Scott and Beth Douglas, KPE Racing, Daryl and Doris Bledsoe, Brian Jones and Company, Swan Pipeline, and Megan's mom and dad, and the biggest thanks to Lee for making the boat everything that it is. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed. Calls that boat Wound Too Tight out of Arlington, Texas. Sponsored by Concho Painting, LLC. Two Guys Marine in Del Rio, Texas Outrigger Boats. CR Fiberglass and Marine, NTK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle. Bowman Landscape Construction. Racers for Christ, a special thanks to his wife Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, and his crew chief Wesley Ice. Also the Tuttle family for all they do for him, and Cody Childress for the motor. Winner of the Texas Outrigger Red Light Award in 2019.
All right, so boat number 770 is looking for an MSD rotor for a big block Chevrolet. So if you have an MSD rotor for a big block Chevrolet, please contact 903-570-3039 is the phone number. Boat 770, MSD rotor for a V8 Chevrolet. All right, so here we go. Countdown on. 15 seconds to count down for Lee Warren and Robin Reed. Lee Warren, 583 with a 2 at 148. Lee will go to the number 2 spot. Robin Reed will go to the number 4 spot. 543 with a 4 at 161. Where's the crew chief at? He's having a hard time slowing that thing down, isn't he? My goodness. Hey, when you got that much power, what can you do with it? What do you do, put a rope around his neck? I don't know. Now, Robin Reed is making some laps down the racetrack.
Your last boat, I believe, for Pro Modified is in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Boat number 810, that is Mallory Carroll, calls that boat A Little More Therapy. Sponsored by WCR Construction, Electro-Freeze of Texas, RFC, RESP, and special thanks to Gary Watson, Mom, Dad, Todd, and Ella Haas. All of them helping to get Mallory up and running. 5.6 seconds, the index, Pro Modified. There we go.
Well, you thought so.
Sort of.
In a running pro mod, it makes me think of Papa Jim Richards and Kobe No Fire, who were back at home in Tennessee. Unfortunately, had a shop fire and lost the boats. And our thoughts, our prayers are out to Papa Jim Richards and to Kobe No Fire. We hope you guys get out here. Mallory shutting it off early. I think it chunked the blower belt. I think that's exactly what happened.
Yep, lost the blower belt.
And goes
half track.
Yeah, 631 with a 5 at 92 miles an hour. Lost the blower belt. Or Mallory Carroll, they'll get that fixed up though. I mean, that's what, a $300 blower belt. So what? You know, it's the littlest thing sometimes they can bite you.
We'll get a jet ski out there and get her towed in. Rescue going to go down there and check just to make sure everything's all right. Those guys, the unsung heroes of any drag boat race, I'm telling you right now, those guys out there running around on those rescue boats, they're trained as firefighters, they're trained as medics, they're trained as divers. They're just all around hard-working good guys, and we appreciate the heck out of them. Could not do it without them. And we really hope that all they ever have to do is run down and check on people and then turn around and come back and be in position.
I agree. I do have a question.
Yeah.
So I wonder if do blower belts float or do they sink?
Blower belts sink.
They do? That sucks.
Yeah.
I was wanting one.
You can...
All right, so top alcohol flat, we need you to the ramp. Top alcohol flat, bottoms to the ramp. PWC be on standby. Stock eliminator, warm them up. So once again, top alcohol flat, bottoms to the ramp. PWC be on standby. Stock eliminator, warm them up.
Got a couple more pro modifieds in the lanes, in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Boat number 611, that's Brian Miller, calls the boat Joker's Wild out of Bluffdale, Texas. That's a Curtis 500 Hydro with a small block Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by XS Speed and Marine, AP Manufacturing and Mixing Centers. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lampard, calls the boat Anger Management. Racing out of Comfort, Texas. 5.6 seconds is the index.
You know, sometimes, I don't know about anger management being a good name for a boat, because sometimes the boats are the reason you have anger.
That is true.
That's the reason you need anger management, right?
Plate in there, so you
exactly.
keep it when you're mad at it and not break something.
Yeah, exactly.
I have. I think they're still working to pull Mallory out to the out ramp down there, which is what the holdup is sort of waiting until that shutdown area is completely clear.
I believe I just heard them say on the radio that she's almost there, so.
Here we go.
And there you go.
25 seconds on the countdown. Boat number 611, Bryan Miller and Joker's Wild in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Boat number 115S, Greg Lampar and Anger Management going to be in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane.
And Greg goes 560 with a 5, 162 for the number one qualifying spot. Bryan Miller goes 572 with a 5 at 153. But Greg Lampar, 560 with a 5. So now, if you want the number one qualifying spot, you got 4 thousandths to work with. That's impressive. Congratulations. He was 119 red. Bryan Miller was 832 on the green, which is not going to win you very many rounds come elimination time, but for now, you can get away with it. McGregor, 560 with a 5. At 162, number one qualifier.
Well, here's one guy that probably wants to try and take that. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 082 is Tim Ortiz. Out of Conroe, Texas, calls the boat Empty Pockets. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall. There we go. And big thanks going out to Doug, David, Archie, Jim, and Tom for all the help Also, thank you to Marty Logan House of Color for the paintwork and Cody Childress for the fiberglass. 5.6 seconds the index. 5.605 the number to beat if you want to take that number 1 qualifying spot.
Yeah, Tim's got some work to do to slow that boat down. Last time 5:47 at 163.
Just hang his foot out the door.
Yeah,
slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. But Tim Ortiz, like I said, the first guy in Southern Drag Boat Association history to qualify number 1 in 2 classes and then win both classes. He did that in El Reno last year. Very impressive.
Right there.
Took home 2 green hats, 2 trophies, and 2 checks. It was a good weekend for him. Top alcohol flats, needs you the ramp. Top alcohol flat bottoms, needs you the ramp. PWC on standby. Stock eliminator, warm them up. All right, 10 seconds countdown. Tim Ortiz on the starting line now. Tim Ortiz goes 5:54 with a 6 at 161 miles an hour. So through the first qualifying session, Greg Lampard is your number 1 qualifier. Tim Ortiz, how about a 0:45 reaction time? 5:54 with a 6 at 161 miles an hour. Tim Ortiz, empty pockets. So just a little bit too quick.
Well, I thought we were done with Pro Modified, but apparently not quite yet. Oh, this is a license pass. I apologize. In the United Rentals left lane, Steve Walls. In the 815 machine they call Hydro Commando. Racing out of San Angelo, Texas. Looking for a license in Pro Modified.
All right, so last call for top alcohol flat bottom. Last call, PWC, we need you to the ramp. PWC to the ramp for qualifying round number 2. PWC to the ramp, stock eliminator, be on standby. Modified eliminator, warm them up. All right, here we go, Steve Walls.
Looking for a license. This is the kind of driver's Well, that was anticlimactic.
Knocked the burst panel out of it. It was backfired up through the supercharger. Too much pressure being built up in the supercharger. It just knocks the burst panels out, and that triggers the safety system that shuts the boat down.
Rescue got to go over and check on him, and then we'll get him towed probably back to the in-ramp. If I guess. And that means we need truck and trailer for boat number 815, Steve Walls. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 815, Steve Walls. Back to the in-ramp, please. And I believe that's going to move us to Pro Outlaw.
I believe there are 5 Pro Outlaw boats on property, and every single one of them is capable of coming out here and winning on Sunday. It's an amazing field, even though there's only 5 boats.
Yep.
Lord, there's probably not 10 in the entire country, maybe. So, yeah, all these 5 competitors, we were blessed, with 10 Pro Mod boats on property.
Yep.
And so 5 Pro Outlaw boats. I'm telling you, this is going to be good.
It is going to be good for sure. Looking forward to the run.
And if Eric DeMint wins, I have to get wet. So that's, yeah, we'll see.
One more time, truck and trailer for boat number 815, Steve Walls. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 815, Steve Walls. Back to the in-ramp, please. In the United Reynolds left-hand lane, boat number 777. That's Eric DeMint and Real Bad Boy. Sponsored by JL Gray Construction, Lily Construction, Great Western Corp, Marley Ranch, Performance HVAC, and his crew, Perch, Oscar, Victor, Gary, Gray, and Anita. In the Bryan Texas right-hand lane in the 521 machine is Rick Lefload and the Wild Thing.
Or 168 miles an hour, 561 at 161 miles an hour for Rick. Rick's reaction time started with a 2. That's why he was as far behind as he was. But Rick goes to the number 1 qualifying spot. Eric going to go to number 2 with a 513 with a 1. Almost, but not quite. 79 hundredths, thousandths of a second.
Okay, I trust you.
One of the 2.
That Wild Thing boat does a little bit of a twist at the beginning. Looks like it's almost going to dive that right sponson into the dirt, and then it manages to pull up straight, but it gives me a start every single time. Hey, coming up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 647. That's going to be Mickey Snyder. Calls the boat Top Gun, the Pro Outlaw, looking for 5.2 out of Rio Medina, Texas. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Real Fab and Welding, Lily Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar in Medina Lake and Lake Hills, Texas, and Damon Decker 212 Athletics. All right, sorry about that. I stepped on you.
Oh, no, you're good. I need PWC. I need PWC to the ramp. PWC to the ramp. Stock eliminator, be on standby. Modified eliminator, be warming them up. PWC to the ramp. Stock eliminator, be on standby. Modified eliminator, warm them up.
alcohol flat. Who's that right there in the orange one? That's a hydro. All right, rescue says the water looks good. Starter says let's get it done. Mickey says, all right, let's do this, and the clock is running. Here we go. Capsule's down. Countdown's over. Here we go.
Mickey's boat was moving, but he makes it down. 582 with a 7 at 146. He'll be sitting number 2 right now. Knocks Eric DeMint down to 3. Yeah, he was all over the race course, but he kept the right side up and down to the 1,000-foot stripe. So Mickey Snyder just continues making laps down the racetrack. And here comes Cody Childress. Got his license. And now, first attempt here in qualifying.
He's going to be in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane in the 077 machine, racing out of Burleson, Texas. And then the screen went blank. Isn't technology amazing?
Where would we be without it,
right?
Honestly. I know where Chad Reynolds would be without it. He wouldn't be here. Chad Reynolds, bankshift.com, up in the bird's nest. You doing all right up there, buddy?
You just throw you a water or something, you good?
He's got everything he needs right there in his little perch.
He's all set. Look at that.
The only thing that I don't know how he does is the bathroom.
He's got a bottle.
Because he never he never goes. I asked him one time if he had a catheter. Oh, Chad Reynolds, thank you for everything you do for drag racing in general, whether it be on land or on water. Chad Reynolds and bankshift.com. Thank you for everybody out there watching, putting up with me and listening to the voice of Velvet, Mr. Mike over here, Mike Starr, the Arizona Drag Boat Association. I hope you guys are sitting at home and enjoying yourselves. You should be here. If you're anywhere within 1,000 miles of Lake Bryan, Texas, you should be here. The weather is beautiful.
130 miles to get here, so, you know, what's your excuse?
Exactly, see?
Come on.
It was like 340, I think, for me. Somewhere up in there. Wasn't bad.
I will say it's a lot greener here than it is in Phoenix.
Yeah, that is true.
A lot greener.
When you get into Texas, do you go, trees, what are these? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, it's green.
Where are the cactuses at? Yeah, that's in West Texas. You just keep going west. Yeah.
I've been to Lubbock. I know they have cactus over there.
So there's a funny story. So I was in Tucson for the race, like I was telling you, and Alan Reinhart told me about the old Tucson dragway, and I went out there to find it. And walking through, you know, all the desert and everything, I stepped on one of those cactuses in my flip-flops. That was a lovely experience.
Yeah, don't wear flip-flops in the desert.
Yeah,
Arizona. You'll get
I was
sick.
dumb. Yeah.
Bad idea.
It was fun.
All right, here we go. Cody Childress, the Bryan Texas right-hand lane. Call.
168 miles an hour. That'll put him in the number 3 qualifying spot. So Eric DeMint was the fastest out of all of them, 5:13 with a 1 at 168. But Cody Childress, 5:19 with a 3 at 168 miles an hour as well. Tied Eric DeMint's speed to the 100th of a mile an hour, which is pretty impressive.
7 thousandths of a second away from his ET.
Yeah, it's amazing. Missed it by 7 thou.
Dial that thing back just a hair, you got yourself a run. All right, here we go. Top alcohol flat. The funny cars of drag boat racing right here. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 0556. They call that boat Party to the Max. That's Bill Miller driving Max Davis's boat. Sponsored by Max Heavy Haul, More Trucking, Elite Products, Rapid Photos, Texas Automotive Equipment, Robin Banks, CP Carrillo, The Blower Shop, and his crew chief Terry Moore, Joe Davis, Dwayne Gilbert, and Mark the Wire God, all helping to make that boat run.
And if you're watching along on bankshift.com and you weren't watching earlier whenever this boat first came up, you missed the save of the century.
Rewind.
Please rewind. Whenever Chad puts it up, for you to be able to go back and rewatch it, please go find that run because it was truly amazing. And some people are sitting at home, they're going, why do they call them the funny cars of drag boat racing? Well, you're about to find out.
You never know what will happen with one of these boats. They had to stuff some foam back in the seat when he got back to the pit, though. I guarantee you he sucked some of that foam out of there.
I'm telling you, man. It made me pucker, and I'm not even sitting there.
That's right.
I was like, oh, God. No. And you started running away because you thought it was coming up on the bank.
I was like, where's the kill zone right here? I'm moving just a little bit.
I was still in shock what was happening. I couldn't move. It was awesome. So if there's ever any doubt that Bill Miller can drive, go back and watch that because that man right there is the definition of a driver.
Here we go. Little puff of smoke. Tanya's not watching.
Wants to throw that front end up in the air and never put it back down.
He's got a little air going on. He backed off of it. Started his fireworks Bill Miller smartly both got airborne from him. He backed out of it, got it back down, kept the flat side on the bottom, which is exactly what we needed him to do. He was off the line just a hair early, a tenth of a second too fast. And then, like I said, he backed out of it.
All right, so I need stock eliminator. Stock eliminator, I need you to the ramp. Stock, I need you to the ramp. Modified eliminator, be on standby. And top eliminator, warm up. Once again, stock eliminator, I need you to the ramp. Modified eliminator, be on standby. Top eliminator, get them warmed up.
Got one more Pro Outlaw, I think was probably a late arrival. That's going to be Bill Wire in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 1028. They call that boat alcoholic behavior. 5.2 seconds is the index. 24 seconds left on the countdown. Here he comes. First qualifying pass and first run of the day for Bill Wire. Capsule's down. Here we go. Oops. Holding rope's in the way. There we go. Now the capsule's down. It's on. Oh, and it didn't go in gear.
Bill, that wasn't pretty, but it doesn't have to be. 596, 123.
Tried to go the first time, wasn't in gear. Was able to get it in gear and then get it down the lane, but it never did look like it set down right.
Oh, no, it never did.
123 mile an hour pass.
But see, that's first pass for Bill Wire. They did not make a test pass, so that's first run for Bill Wire, and he's even late coming in here, for that pass too.
Right?
So yeah, they've been definitely doing some stuff.
All right, that does it for the first round of qualifying here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. For the season opener, we are moving right along, and we're moving into second round of qualifying. Turning back around to personal watercraft. A lot of these racers started out in slower classes and then worked their way up, obviously. Nobody just jumps into a Pro Outlaw or a Top Fuel Hydro or a Top Alcohol Hydro and makes their first run. So a lot of these guys get their start personal watercraft, stock eliminator, mod eliminator, somewhere in that neighborhood, and then they work their way up from there. I don't think so. That's the Dead Creek. And he's standing on the boat. Give us just a second to get everything squared away. We got a little bit of a traffic jam going on at the out ramp. We'll get that squared away here momentarily. And then we'll turn our personal watercraft loose and let them run. I want to thank you for coming out and joining us here at the season opener for the Southern Drag Boat Association. If you're just joining us for the first time, man, we're super happy to see your face, and we hope we'll see it a whole lot more throughout the season. Got a whole bunch of races on the docket for this season. It would take me just a minute to look them up, but I do know that we're in Paris, Texas on the 5th and 6th of June. And then I know we're in Waco, we're in San Angelo, I don't remember all the dates. El Reno, whole bunches of places. Clayton's going to look that up for me here in just a second. There we go. June 5th and 6th going to be in Paris, Texas, and then June 26, 27, we're in San Angelo. July 17 and 18, Waco. August 7th and 8th in Marble Falls, and August 27 through 29, that one's in El Reno, Oklahoma. And then a final event at Wild Horse in Chandler, Arizona. That race will be November 19 through 21. Hopefully we'll get to see your smiley faces around one of those places. If you want to know more about it, check us out on the World Wide Web, sdbaracing.com, sdbaracing.com. You can go check that out. Also, if you're just roaming around the country, there's a whole bunch of races going on in other places. In fact, this weekend there's a race going on in Wheatland, Missouri. There's another race going on in Bakersfield, California. AWA in Arizona just had a race last weekend. You can find that whole schedule on Drag Boat Review. That's the place to go, dragboatreview.com, or you can follow them on Facebook. That's actually where I see most of the updates. Seems like stuff gets put on Facebook a little faster than it ends up on the internet. But either way, if you want to see the entire for Racing Association across the country, pretty much, you can go to dragboatreview.com. They've got the full schedule there. You want to know more about our schedule? You want to look at point standings? You want to look at pictures from races, whatever? Check out sdbaracing.com on the World Wide Web. That is the place to go.
And we are on Facebook, SDBA-Southern Drag Boat Association on Facebook. That's where I get all of my info from.
Me too. I've been getting a lot from
like
there.
you. Yeah, it's awesome. You know, the team does a great job updating the Facebook.
Yes, they do.
There's the guy that can't slow his boat down. All right, so Harry Bailey just let me know. He's come over here. So Risky Liver, that is a country music band from around the area who is going to be playing at their pit starting at 6 o'clock this evening at the Naughty Racing Pit, presented to you by Naughty Racing and the Party to the Max team. So bring your dancing shoes, bring your own alcoholic beverage, and come over there and have a great time starting at 6 o'clock. Risky Liver, the premier country music band around this part of Texas. I'll be there with my dancing shoes, which is also known as barefooted.
Check out Bill.
All right, so final call for stock eliminator to the ramp. Final call, stock eliminator. Modified eliminator, bring them to the ramp. For Q2, modified to the ramp. Top eliminator on standby. Pro eliminator, warm up. David Carroll, we need you to the tower, please. David Carroll, I need you to the tower.
All right, in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 269. That was Jody Smith and Little Maniac. Dialed in at a 13 and 23. And then ran a 13-233. There you go.
How about that? Jody Smith right on the dial again, 13:23 with a 3. She remains your number 1 qualifier. She has got a hot rod, let me tell you. And 263 on the red sides. I think she was 261 last time, so she's consistent.
Red light again, though.
Just consistently quick.
And Jacob Nodler was dialed in on the other side at a 13:10, ran a 12 and 72. Oh.
It's not, well, it's just now 3 o'clock, so, yeah.
John.
Jacob, John Nobler, because, Jacob's still at school. So.
Your next pair right now in the United Rentals left-hand lane is Jake Stevenson and Lil Loki, boat number 738. And in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, and boat number 19, Lynn's Ride, that's Lynn Blackburn.
The lane turned at 33 red. It was 1593 on a 1572 at 44 miles an hour. Moves him up to the number 6 spot. And Layton goes 1403 on the 14 flat. That'll put him in the number 2 spot. He was 119 on the red side, and that's a 1B4, the decimal point. A modified eliminator, modified if you're not there. You're late. I don't know what you're doing. Probably decided it was Miller time a little early. Modified eliminator, you needed to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, final call. Modifieds to the in-ramp.
Your first pair of stock eliminators in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 255. Racing out of I don't know where. Gonna be Cade Janisek. Calls that boat All or Nothing. Sponsored by JP&E, Kirtland Marine, DBR, RFC, David Kirkland
Janisek 034 on the tree, goes 916 with a 2 on the 9 flat dial. That'll put him in the number 4 spot. Number 1 qualifier though, 1028 was the prediction. He goes 1031 with a 7, Grant Snyder. 023 red, but takes over the number 1 qualifying spot for Ronnie Blackstock. Okay, Janisek, how about that kid, man? He's good on the Christmas tree. Amazing on the tree. 034, 916 on the 9 flat at 85 miles an hour. Capital punishment. She goes 921 on the 9 flat, put her number 5 in qualifying. Frank Mummy, 166 on the tree. He was down 1025. He goes 1019 at 78 miles an hour for the number 3 qualifying spot as it sits right now. So Kay Janisek, number 4. Grant Snyder still sitting number 1. We're at 1031.
Told me a while ago that the reason we couldn't read that is because it's break out another 1,000. And it's too long.
I said another $3, you know, so I was close, right?
Yeah, you know, $997 off or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that much.
I've heard that voice before.
Yeah, really.
I'm scared.
I thought she was coming for me there for a second.
when
I was about to,
comes out, it's
I was about to hide behind you, Mike. So once again, absolute last and final call, modified eliminator. We will run without you. We are not scared.
In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 689 is Jimmy Christian and BC Racing. 12 seconds to dial in. In the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, boat number 424, Rodney Blackstock. He calls that boat Plum Crazy, dialed in at a 9:55. Stock eliminator, second round of qualifying. Clock's running, here they come.
Rodney's boat reminds me of a car that's got hydraulics on the front of it. You see a lot of those around here, right?
There's who was active from.
Yeah, now we know why they called it that. Anyway, Jimmy Christian left the starting line way early. He was dialed in at 12 flat. He goes 11:59 at 67 miles an hour. He'll be qualified number 9 right now. Rodney still holding down the number 2 spot, even after a 20-second elapsed time and 29 miles an hour. You're supposed to go ride bulls down the road. There's a rodeo place down there. That's where you're supposed to go do all that, Rodney. Boat was not happy, and neither is Rodney, I can guarantee you. David Carroll, we need you at the timing tower, please. David Carroll needs you at the timing tower.
In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 1457. That's going to be Zachary Watson. Calls the boat Chicks Dig It, dialed in at a 10 flat. In the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, boat number 569S. That's Rodney West Sr. He calls that boat It's Only Money 2. Dialed in at a 9.5.
I don't know what happened to Zachary's boat. Rodney West Sr. goes 9:58 with a 2, 79 miles an hour on the 950, so he'll be moving himself up to the number 2 qualifying spot with an 0:48 reaction time. Zachary, it sounded like I heard him clearing the motor out, but he never moved.
I didn't think it even started, but...
No, it was starting. I could hear him cleaning it out after Rodney left the starting line. I don't know.
Truck and trailer for boat number 1457. Back to the end ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 1457. Zachary Watson. Back to the end ramp, please.
I need top eliminator to the ramp, please. Top eliminator. Needs you the end ramp. Pro eliminator, be on standby. Quick eliminator, warm them up. Top eliminator, needs you to the ramp. Pro eliminators, be on standby. Quick eliminator, warm them up.
Your next pair for stock eliminator in the United Rentals left-hand lane, Ashley Winsett in the 655 machine. She calls it Vanishing Breed. Special thanks going out to Nancy Davis, Georgetown Collision, Fast Lane Fabrication, and in loving memory of Nancy and Jerry Davis. Thanks to the crew, Mom and Dad, Brian and Chantal, and thanks to RFC, RESP, and Rescue. 555 machine. I'm totally sober. Oh,
That's kind of like that, you know, I swear to drunk I'm not God, you know.
right. Well, she almost got it started and then no.
Yeah. But Jason Gothard, how about a 9:01 with a 5? That'll be your number one qualifier.
That'll work.
A 181 reaction time, number one qualifier after 2 qualifying sessions. Ashley Winslet having all kinds of troubles. It's something about that far side of the racetrack, right?
Maybe.
It's happened 2 times in a row now. I don't think it's a, maybe if it happens the next time it won't be a coincidence, but Ashley Winslet not getting down the racetrack, so we need Ashley Winslet's trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Ashley Winslet's trailer back to the in-ramp. But Jason Gothard, your number one qualifier after 2 sessions.
And your next pair for stock eliminator. Oh, no, never mind. Moving to modified eliminator. Now running on an 8-second index in the United Rentals left-hand lane. George Olson, boat number 494, calls that boat Here We Go Again out of Galveston, Texas. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane in the 572 machine. Tyler Bowen calls that boat the Slippery Pickle out of Real Medina, Texas. 8 seconds is on the index. Tyler has run faster than that 8 both times. He ran a 7.6 on his first run and ran a 7.7.
So they're going in the right direction.
The second time. He's moving the right way. He just needs 3/10 more out of there and he should be in good shape. George Olson ran an 8.49 last time. Looking to tighten that up a little bit. Looking for an 8. Here we go. Was 764. He runs it out the back door. 776 with a 1 on the 8 flat, and his 849 will remain him. Will keep him in the number 4 qualifying spot, and Tyler will stay 5th with his 1239 from earlier. Or no, for his 1239 now. Get a couple more mod eliminators on the holding rope. Working on that right now.
All right, so once again, I need top eliminator, top eliminator. I need you to the ramp, please. Top eliminator to the ramp. Pro eliminator, be on standby. Quick eliminator, get them warmed up.
All right, in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, we got boat number 655, Ashley Winslet, going to give it another try in Vanishing Breed. And in the United Rentals left-hand lane, never mind. And there we go.
9:05 on the 10 flat. I think that was one of those deals where Zachary really didn't know what he was going to run, so Gary's just like, all right, 10 flat. 9:05 and 84.
Need truck and trailer for boat number 655, Ashley Winslet. Back to the in-ramp, please. 2 tries, couldn't make it go. Tough luck for Ashley.
He goes 8 flat with a 5. Wow. Jesse James 8 flat with a 5. He went 8 flat with a 0 for the number 1 spot earlier. He goes 8 flat with a 5 now. 022 on the red side. Melton was 167 on the tree and 828 with a 2 at 102 miles an hour for the number 3 spot.
All right, next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 770 is Kent Durham. Calls that boat Trick or Treat, sponsored by CD Production, Rocky's Automotive, and thanks to Ken, Tony, Paula, Randy, Stacy, and the crew, and also to Big Mike in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. Andrew Decker in the 311 machine that he calls in too deep. Sponsored by, or big thank you going out to GMC Machinery, Gary Lindsay, Toho Danny Springer, Dennis Wyatt and Christian, Danny and Christine Springer, Jill and Lewis Decker, Robert Moore, and Looking Pretty Decals. 8 seconds the index for modified eliminator. Clock is running, here they come.
On the 8 flat at 87 miles an hour. Move him up to the number 5 spot. Ken Durham 15.29 at only 47 miles an hour. He'll stay in the number 8 spot with his 15.11 from earlier. Ken just struggling with the boat.
Like he had the same problem as the last time.
Yeah, he did.
Just either a timing issue or something, but it just doesn't sound like it's running right. We said you red lit again? That's what we said.
All right, final call on top eliminator. Final call on top eliminator to the ramp. Pro eliminator needs you to the ramp. Pro eliminator to the ramp. Quick eliminator, be on standby. Pro comp flats, roll them up.
Next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane for modified eliminator in the 704 machine is going to be Austin Fugate. Calls that boat Biggest Crush. 8 seconds is the index, racing out of Fort Worth, Texas. Sponsored by Tony Heinrich Racing Engines. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 1111, that's Steve Walls out of San Angelo, calls the boat Happy Hour, sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Extreme Barbecue, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, and Cookers for Christ.
Number 4 qualifiers, it sits right now in Austin Fugate. 8:02 with an 8 on the 8 flat, putting him number 2 on the qualifying sheet now. Sorry. Yep, so he moves himself up quite a few qualifying spots all the way up to number 2 is Austin Fugate, driving his dad's modified eliminator boat. So a nice pass for him, you know. Moving up a couple of spots in qualifying. And we'll wait for the next pair to get to the hold rope. So once again, Pro Eliminator, you should be headed to the ramp. Pro Eliminator, should be headed to the ramp. Quick Eliminator, be on standby. And Pro Comp Flat, you're warming them up. Check, check, 1, 2.
If you're just joining us, we're glad you're here. You're running a little late, but we're glad you're here. And just so you know where we're at in the program, we've done a round of test and tune early this morning, and we're right in the middle of round 2 of qualifying. I'm not 100% sure what the schedule looks like for tomorrow, but as soon as we get the official word, I will let you know. And then we'll go from there. We are still in modified eliminator on an 8-second index. And in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 1502, Josh Housen calls that boat Stimulus Check. Currently in the number 3 qualifier spot. We'll see if he can do any better with it. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 239, Greg Conley. He calls that boat Thunder and Lightning. Currently your number 10 qualifier, looking to move up. Let's see what happens. I started calling him. I didn't even realize Greg wasn't even on the line yet. We'll get him on there here shortly. Okay, I think we got everybody in their spots. Josh Housen in the 1502 machine in the United Rentals left-hand lane. And Greg Conley in the 239 boat. Going to be in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane.
Pro Eliminator, you need to be at the ramp. Pro Eliminator, you need to be at the ramp. Greg Conley having a tough time still, slowing his boat down. 064 on the reaction timer. 779 with a 1 at 93 miles an hour. Josh, though, 802 with an 8 at 99 miles an hour. Put him number 3 in qualifying. Greg at number 10.
All right, next up in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson. Calls the boat Just Cuz, looking to make a full track license pass, moving from ME to TE. Moving up to top eliminator.
Really quick, I need QE and the quick eliminator to the ramp. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Procom flats be on standby. Projet, warm them up.
I don't know.
He passed.
All right, so Dawson Dickerson gets his top eliminator license. And he will qualify in top eliminator at 717 with a 9 at 110 miles an hour. I don't exactly know where that'll put him on the sheet, but 717, and the index for top eliminator is 7 flat, of course, so that'll put him on the sheet.
We'll figure it out here in the next run or two. Anyway, in the United Rentals left-hand lane, Jerry Bronham in the 715 machine. He calls Back in Black, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Top eliminator, looking for 7 seconds. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 433 is George Goff. He calls that boat Bad Magic. That's a TR4 Cole powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Electrofreeze of Texas. Bruce and Bobby Wicker, K&S Engines, Tommy Thompson, Tulsa Sheet Metal, Bill Duke, Electrofreeze Express, and the crew, Marshall Hall, Todd Williams, Trevin, and Rayleigh Goff. All of those folks helping out. George Goff in the right lane, Jerry Bronham in the left.
114 miles an hour. George Goff was 0-21. Look at him still getting it done, man. 745 with a 7 at 105. George Goff will still be your number one qualifier for now.
All right, here we go in the United Rentals left-hand lane in the 083 machine. That's Brady Kimbo, calls the boat Pure Sin, racing out of Houston, Texas. And in the Bryan Texas right-hand lane, boat number 050, Bob Winder. He calls that boat Mama's Diamond, racing out of Lake Hills, Texas. 7 seconds the index for top eliminator.
Brady Kimbrough turns in 135 red, 690 with a 5. Put him number 6 in qualifying right now at 115 miles an hour. And Bob Winder goes 681 with a 5 at 111 miles an hour. I put him number 3 right now with his previous 931.
That's
All right, so quick eliminator. Quick eliminator, we need you to the ramp. Procom flat. Be on standby.
All right, here we go in the United Rentals left-hand lane. Boat number 405, Matt Miller. Been struggling a little bit. Let's see if he's got it figured out. He calls that boat Miller Time. Sponsored by Smoke on the Water, Miller Excavation, and the Circle of Trust. In the Bryan Texas right-hand lane in the 717 machine is Robert Berman. Calls that boat Crap Shooter, sponsored by Sambo's Logging, GNC Machine, Anderson Tile and Floor, Brazos Feed and Supply, Russell's Body Shop, and Morro Bay Mafia. 7 seconds remains the index.
Tree 707 with a 6 at 109 miles an hour. He'll go to the number 2 spot. Robert Thurman 728 with a 7, and he will go to number 3. I need Pro Comp flat to the ramp. Pro Comp flat to the ramp. Pro Jet be on standby. Pro Modified, warm them up.
Running a single in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 828, that's Kevin Conklin. Running top eliminator on a 7-second index in a boat he calls Texas High Risk. Racing out of Midland, Texas.
He goes 7 flat with a 6 at 114 miles an hour. Your new number 1 qualifier. Kevin Conklin, man, what a pass. 7 flat with a 6. Takes George Goff's number 1 qualifying spot in the second session. So once again, Pro Comp flats you needed at the ramp.
The SDBA, that's SDBA-Southwest Drag Boat Association, I believe is what it is. You'll get your updates pretty quick that way. Do what? Southern Drag Boat. What did I say? Oh, you know what? Man, no, Southwest was a long time ago. That was in New Mexico. That's where I started. No, we had...
It was an honest mistake.
It was. You know, Southern and Southwest, they both start with an S, which really messes you up, right?
Yeah.
We get our snafu handled down at the out ramp, and we'll be ready to turn these guys loose, let them run.
All right, so we need unlimited outboard to the ramp as well. Unlimited outboard to the ramp. Pro Jet, your first call. Pro Jet to the ramp. Final call for Pro Comp Flat. First call, Pro Jet to the end ramp. Pro Modified, be on standby. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. So one more time, Pro Jet to the end ramp, Pro Jet to the end ramp, Pro Modified, be on standby, Pro Outlaw, get them warmed up.
Still waiting to clear up our, almost got me too. I probably deserved it though.
So you like the looks of a classic carburetor, but you want the benefits of modern EFI. With the versatility of an externally mounted ECU, then Terminator X Stealth was designed for you. Terminator X Stealth is an easy-to-install, standalone EFI system with the option of a 4150 or 4500 throttle body. Stealth throttle bodies give you the old school carburetor look, but inside, they're packed with all the benefits that today's electronic fuel injection has to offer. Our 4150 throttle bodies come in two versions. The first holds 4 fuel injectors. That's enough for 650 horsepower on a naturally aspirated engine or 600 horsepower if you're pushing boost. The 8-injector version can handle 650 horsepower naturally aspirated, but really likes boosted applications, pushing upwards of 1250 horsepower. And if you still need more power than that, then the Terminator X Stealth 4500 is the choice for you. It boasts 8 100-pound-per-hour injectors and can flow 1440 CFM. That's more than enough to keep most large cube engines happy. And it's definitely not shy on power either, with horsepower numbers pushing 1500 naturally aspirated and 1250 on forced induction setups. They don't just look good either. We've packed them with industry-leading technology. With our Terminator X or X Max ECUs, you'll get onboard diagnostics, full control of your ignition timing, configurable inputs and outputs, as well as a wideband O2 sensor that's capable of fuel map self-learning. This all adds up to better idle quality, improved reliability, and all-around better drivability. And in our 4150 throttle bodies, you'll find kickdown provisions for GM's TH350 and 400, as well as the 200R4 and 700R4 transmissions. It's also set up for handling Ford's C4 and C6 applications. And Mopar friends, you can always add our throttle lever extension to connect your 904 or 727 kickdown. Put some excitement back into your classic ride. Upgrade it with EFI. For more information on Terminator X Stealth, visit us at Holley.com.
But at least Vic, got the boat fired up and got it down on the racetrack this time. So.
All right, up next in the United Rentals left-hand lane is boat number 017. Robert Anderson calls the boat Mutual Funds. Sponsored by Hoffman Performance, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Taz Construction, Miller Excavation, B&D Waterland, Nitrous Outlet, Go Lithium Batteries, and Pat Holmes Manufactured Homes. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 630 is Greg Collier and Strictly Business, sponsored by Eliminator Daytona. Or actually, that boat is an Eliminator Daytona.
Wow, something crazy with Collier's hot rod. Robert Anderson, though, 109 on the red side, but a 604 with an 8. And 122 miles an hour won't improve on a 603 with a 5 from earlier. So he'll stay in the number 1 qualifying spot. And Greg Collier. All right, so final call for ProJet. Final call, ProJet. First call for Pro Modified. Pro Modified, first call. Pro Outlaw, be on standby. Alcohol flat bottom, get them warmed up.
In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins, calls the boat Through the Fire. No time, the last 2 attempts for that boat. Hopefully they can, they got that figured out. We'll see what happens. Sponsored by Causeway Marina. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 623 is Sambo Smith, calls the boat Sucker Punch. 6 seconds the index for quick eliminator. Sambo been running 5.7 and 5.8 the last couple of times. Hopefully he got it slowed down just a little bit.
got the blue buoys. I don't know what happened there. It might have broke a band. I don't know. It might have, you know, broke the blower belt. I don't. It kind of sounded weird. A little pop down there, and then it went silent. 005 on the reaction time, though, for Sambo. He goes 598, 0.02 of a second away from a perfect run at 120 miles an hour. Put him second. And Ken Jenkins, 141 on the tree, 588 with a 9 and 149 miles an hour. So Ken finally gets that boat to go back down the racetrack after only getting it to go down once. And that was in the time trial from earlier. So Ken Jenkins, number 4 qualifier right now. And Sambo, number 2 in quick eliminator.
Sambo's got that tree figured out. He had a 006 this morning, 006, and now a 005. His 2 middle runs, he was a little fast, but I think he's got that thing figured out pretty close. Hopefully nothing crazy wrong with that boat. They can get him back to the trailer and figure out what happened, get it fixed up.
Today we're going to take a closer look at Holley's development truck, a 1999 Dodge Dakota. Let's find out what makes it special. Yep, you can't even tell, but underneath the hood sits a Scat Pack 392 cubic inch Hemi, which packs a solid 485 horsepower. The engine fitment looks factory installed. What a sleeper. A Terminator X Max manages the engine, including the VVT and SRV controls, while a Built Hughes 46RE transmission also takes cues from the Terminator X Max. A huge Holley Pro Dash keeps the driver informed. Aside from the custom badging, you'd never assume what lurks under the hood. Holley has taken the guesswork out of installing a Hemi in your Dakota. First, start off by choosing engine and transmission mounts. Our engine mounts are designed to eliminate firewall and brake booster clearance issues while maintaining proper weight distribution. Our transmission cross members are modular, meaning that they will work with all the popular transmissions just by using the right transmission adapter and the recommended mount. Step 2 is choosing an exhaust system. Our tri-Y headers are designed to work with Hooker Blackheart engine and transmission mounts, giving you maximum clearance and allow left and right-hand starter installations. Our 304 stainless steel headers not only add additional power, but will last a lifetime. Step 3 is choosing an accessory drive. To clear the frame on our Dakota, we've relocated the alternator with our factory style bracket and pulley, which positions the alternator as low and inboard as possible. It fits our one-wire style alternators. If you're using the stock OEM alternator, use this relocation bracket, which works on VVT and non-VVT accessory drives. Step 4 is choosing a flex plate. You'll only need one if you're using an older transmission. Our dish design flex plate allows these older transmissions to mate with Gen 3 Hemi engines. Step 5 is choosing your fuel system. Upgrade your stock fuel pump to handle the increased power of your Gen 3 Hemi. Or choose from a 255 or 450 liter per hour drop-in fuel pump module. We even have a return style or returnless options and
turned it red by 94th out. He goes 6 flat with a 4 at 147 miles an hour to move himself to the number 1 spot.
How do you have 2 number 1s?
And then Greg Collier, of course, is a pro eliminator boat. So he goes 663 with a 4 on the 650. at 121.75 miles an hour. That put him number 1 in pro eliminator. He must have missed his call and decided to run anyway. And Tommy the Lunchbox Rice, number 1 qualifier, knocks Robert Anderson right off the top. So once again, pro modified, you should be at the end ramp. Pro modified, you should be at the end ramp. Pro outlaw, get them warmed up. Top alcohol flat bottoms, get them warmed up and get them ready.
All right, here we go. For Pro Comp Flat in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover. Calls the boat Bad Company 2. He's dialed in at a 6 and 58 out of Granite Shoals, Texas. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 202, Rodney West Jr. and Voodoo Canoe, dialed in at a 699.
So Dylan Crownover was 099 red on the 658 dial. He goes 638 with a 1. With his 658 with a 3 from earlier, he'll still be the number 1 qualifier. Rodney West Jr. is 159 red on 699. He goes 713 with a 7. And 112 miles an hour, so he will remain number 2.
All right, keeping it going with Pro Comp Flat. In the United Rentals left-hand lane is boat number 323. That is Frank Carter and Flat Flying. He's dialed in at a 6-1. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 434. They call that boat the Electro Freeze Express. That's GW Golf. He's dialed in at a 648.
That's him number 3. GW Golf, 648 with a 0 on a 648, number 1 qualifier for GW Golf at 126 miles an hour. But remember, Frank Carter, that last time, that thing tried to stand straight up on him. He goes back, makes some changes, thing goes right down the racetrack next time out.
It did.
It's amazing. And Frank Carter, of course, been doing this for a while. And he's pretty doggone good at it.
Easy.
Oh, yeah.
37 thousandths of a second is reaction time and a perfect ET.
37 thou total. You know,
gotta love it. Take that to the bank.
I know GW does. He loves it.
Yeah.
So in order to take over the number 1 qualifying spot tomorrow from GW, you have to have better than a 037 reaction time and go 648 with a 0. So, or the computer might go out to further. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. All right, next up in the United Rentals left-hand lane, we got more Pro Comp flat action. That's going to be boat number 976, Milton Tolan, calls the boat Flat Magic, and he's dialed in at a 645 out of Jacksonville, Florida. Holy cow, that's a hike right there. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, and boat number 500 is David Merchant, calls the boat Flat Wicked, and he's dialed in at a 672, sponsored by our special thanks going out to Bruce and Bobby Wicker of Electro-Freeze, George and GW Golf, and his wife Dawn. Here they come.
David's boat wanted to skip on him there a little bit too, and he was, able to get it under control. He was 655 red, 681 with a 5 at 118 on the 672. Be number 4 qualifier now. Milton on the 645, he goes 650 with a 7. Put him number 2 in qualifying for Flat Magic. His first pass down the racetrack of the weekend, he goes to the number 2 spot.
And I think your last Pro Comp flat. Oh, it's going to be a full track license pass in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. And boat number 756, that's Brian Winslet, calls the boat Flat Fancy.
So once again, final call for Pro Modified. Final call, Pro Modified to the in-ramp. Final call, Pro Modified to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw will be on standby. Top alcohol, flat bottom. Warm them up. All right, so Brian Winslet not quick enough to get his license right here on this pass. We'll have to come back, try it again.
Next up, for Pro Jet in the United Rentals left-hand lane is going to be Tim Ortiz out of Conroe, Texas, calls the boat F-Bomb. "15 seconds left on the countdown.
Goes 373 with a 3 at 138 miles an hour for the number 1 qualifying spot. That guy is amazing whenever it comes to Pro Jet racing.
It runs nice.
It does run very nice. So listen up, Pro Outlaw, I need you to the ramp. Pro Outlaw, I need you to the ramp. Top alcohol flats, be on standby. Pro Outlaw to the ramp.
All right, couple more Pro Jets. In the United Reynolds left-hand lane is boat number 1107. That is Nathan Haynes. Calls the boat Nonsense, racing out of Huffman, Texas. Sponsored by Huffman Performance, B&D Waterland, Gibson Insurance, Miller Excavation, Taz Construction, Place Diverter Controls, Armed Sports. And in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane is boat number 012, Stephen Welch. Calls the boat Seeing Red. Sponsored by Olson Piling, Harry's Engine Machine, SWAT Speed and Marine, DSR, G5 or GS Marine, and Dad's Wallet, racing out of Spring, Texas. It's good if you can get Dad's Wallet to keep pouring out.
You ain't lying.
My dad's wallet quit doing that a few years ago.
That's what I was about to say. I don't think I'd get anything out of mine. Nathan Fruit of the Loom Haynes. Remember, these boats go to the 8th mile. It is a 145 mile an hour cap. You cannot go 145.1 miles an hour. You can do it one time, you get a warning. You do it again, you're out. Disqualified from the event. At 133 miles an hour. Stephen 410 with a 5, 127. So Nathan will stay 2. Stephen will stay 4 in qualifying.
Your next boat on the line for Pro Jet in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 419. That's going to be Pat Hobbs. Calls the boat Manufactured Money, sponsored by the Outlaw Boat Races, Hobbs Manufactured Homes, C&D Mechanical, Hobbs Motorsports, and Huffman Performance.
Pat currently sitting number 3 in qualifying at 4:07. And Pat goes 4:18 with a 7, 127 miles an hour. So went the wrong way there. Went slower instead of speeding up, but still will remain in the number 3 spot. And that'll bring up Pro Modified. To the whole road, Pro Outlaw, you should be headed to the end ramp. Pro Outlaw, you should be headed to the end ramp. Top alcohol flat bottoms, be on standby. So don't forget to go down there and grab you some raffle tickets from the amazing ladies at the RASP. Also, they're giving away a free membership to the best reaction time of the entire weekend. The raffle tickets are $5 a piece, and therefore that amazing canopy, the heavy duty, durable, commercial grade canopy, color of your choice. If you happen to win the raffle will be drawn at Phoenix later on in the year. You do not have to be present to win. Also, Risky Live will be here starting at 6 o'clock. Concert in the Naughty Racing Pit, presented by Naughty Racing and Party to the Max. So thanks to those guys for bringing out one of the best Texas bands in the entire state. They'll be here live starting at about 6 o'clock. They'll be well and done with racing by then, so be sure to stick around. It's a party in the Naughty Pits.
That's Risky Liver.
Oh yeah, Risky Liver. My bad. Which is
you were missing an R. That's okay.
Yeah.
Right now, that best reaction time of the weekend belongs to Tommy Rice and the 301 machine with a 004.
All right, top alcohol flat bottoms to the ramp. Top alcohol flats to the ramp, please. Top alcohol flats to the ramp.
All right, here we go. Your first two pro modifieds for the second round of qualifying. In the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed. And Wound 2 Tight, sponsored by Concho Painting, LLC, Two Guys Marine in Del Rio, Texas, Texas Outrigger Boats, CR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Bowman Landscape, Construction Racers for Christ. There you go. And special commas are helpful. Special thanks to my wife Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, and his crew chief Wesley Ice. Thinking punctuation, what the heck. And then Bryan Texas right-hand lane, boat number 178, Daryl Ehrlich. Four-time world champion, calls that boat Out of Reach. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment Racing out of Round Rock, Texas.
Pawpaw Doug Mader is around here somewhere. He's the owner and tuner of that awesome boat driven by Daryl Ehrlich, multi-time world champion. Everything from Pro Mod to Top Fuel Hydro. This guy can do just about everything. And Robin Reed, he's got the entire family out here this weekend, I do believe. I know he's got his mom and dad out here. I don't know if his wife and kids are here. I haven't seen them. Usually they're around here somewhere. But Robin Reed, an awesome family. No, wife and kids are at home? Nah. Oh, the kids have school. Oh, gotcha. Robin Reed, one of the best. One of the best guys, period, out there. Of course, Daryl Ehrlich, Mad Max Daryl Ehrlich. Daryl will be in the near lane, and Robin Reed, Wound 2 Tight. He's got a brand new sponsorship with NGK Spark Plugs, a huge deal for Robin Wright and that team. So looking to do NGK Spark Plugs proud. Currently sitting in the number 8 spot. Daryl Ehrlich currently sitting second, I apologize. Currently second. Here we go. 10 seconds to count down. Mad Max was hiking the front end. Top end of the racetrack says 5:54 with a 6 at 158 miles an hour for Robin Reed. Daryl Ehrlich 5:57 with a 2 at 163 miles an hour. Neither one of them going to improve on position right there. But Robin Reed missed it by 600ths of a second. Well, 54 if you want to be technical. Yeah, you slowed it down. That's right. You're going in the right direction. Robin Reed, Wound 2 Tight, currently number 7 qualifier, and Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich. How about the 034 reaction time for Daryl Ehrlich as well? Daryl still got it after all these years. So once again, any top alcohol flat bottoms to the in-ramp, please. Top alcohol flats. Need you to the in-ramp.
Your next pair of Pro modified boats in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll, racing out of Bryan, Texas. Calls that a little more therapy. Sponsored by WCR Construction, Electrofreeze of Texas, RFC and RESP. And special thanks to Gary Watson, Mom and Dad, and Todd and Ella Haas for all of their help. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 448 is Lee Warren. Calls that boat Say When. Sponsored by Oliver Brothers Transmission. Thanks to Steve and Leslie Pruitt for the motors, Scott and Beth Douglas, KPE Racing, Daryl and Doris Bledsoe, Brian Jones and Company, Swan Pipelines, and Megan's Mom and Dad. 5.6 seconds the index. Mallory had some issues last time she was on the line. Hopefully they got that squared away. Lee Warren been looking good. He's currently the number 4 qualifier. Let's see if he can improve on that right now.
Both of them running into a stripe. Mallory Carroll, 5:36 with a 0 at 151. I think it kept the blower belt on at that time.
Yep.
Lee Warren, 5:64 with a 5 at 157. That'll move him up to second, so he improves 2 qualifying spots. Pushes Daryl Mad Max early down to 3rd. Mallory Carroll will stay 5th with her 6:31 with a 5 from earlier, but 5:36 at 151. I think they got that blower belt problem fixed.
And I believe that finishes us out for Pro Modified. And if things go according to plan, we should be moving to Pro Outlaw.
And this is the final call, Pro Outlaw. If you're not already at the end ramp, you need to get there now. Pro Outlaw, if you're not already there, you need to get there. We won't wait on you all day. Just a few more minutes. So once again, thank you to each and every one of you, all the spectators who decided to come out and spend your day with us. What a beautiful day it's been. Those clouds came in about a half an hour ago, and it got even better. The wind is a little bit kicked up, but at least it's a tailwind. That's why everybody's speeding up like they are. It's part of the reason why, at least. Not the entire reason, of course, but thank you, seriously, for everybody that decided to come out, because it's been 2007 since drag boats have been on the water here at Lake Bryan, and we are proud to be back. It's a beautiful place, beautiful facility, and the hospitality here is amazing, just like it is all over the state of Texas, of course. So, but fans, don't go anywhere. We still got Pro Outlaw, and then we got Top Alcohol Flats. And I believe Bill Miller is going to be our only Top Alcohol Flat that's going to make a qualifying attempt right now. But if you've watched the last two times, you definitely want to watch this time. I believe they changed the prop back in the pits, try to get that flat bottom, kind of calm down a little bit. It's just wanting to climb and not come back down. And it's made for some hairy rides for Bill Miller. Well, guess what? That son of a gun right there can drive. That's why Max Davis put him behind the wheel of his beautiful Top Alcohol flat bottom. So you're definitely going to want to stick around and see if they got that figured out, because if they do, it's going to be a rocket ship. We've got about 5 or 6 more Pro Outlaw boats coming. And then we've got, of course, the concert that's going to be happening at Henry Bainey's pit, Risky Liver. For those of you that are from around here, you should know exactly who that is. Sad to say that I don't, but I'm going to find out, because I'm going to go. If it's got something to do with country music, I'm going to be there. But the first pair of Pro Outlaws that will be coming up, it's going to be Cody Childress and Eric DeMint. Cody's going to be in the Bryan, Texas side of the racetrack, or the right side, the near side. A man out of Burleson, Texas, brand spanking new boat they call Bad Influence. It's seen the water. I believe this is the 6th time it's ever gotten wet. And Eric DeMint, the real bad boy, out of Luling, Texas, sponsored by JL Gray Construction, Lilly Construction, Great Western Corporation, Marley Ranch Performance, HVAC crew, and of course the crew chief Perch, Oscar, Victor, Gary, Gray, and Anita. And here's the deal. If Eric DeMint wins Pro Outlaw here this weekend, Oscar Galindo gets to throw me in the water. But if Eric DeMint doesn't win Pro Outlaw here this weekend, I get to throw Oscar Galindo into the water. So I think I'm going to go out there and sabotage Eric sometime tomorrow. But anyway, that's not important now. Countdown starting, 20 seconds on the clock. Clock will start after I read the first question. Just kidding. Here we go. First pair, Pro Outlaw, qualifying, session number 2. Eric sitting number 4, Cody sitting number 3. I'm just letting you know. Hey, didn't y'all qualify number 1 in El Reno? I'm just saying. But Cody Childress, how about that 072 red, 518 with a 1 at 168. They're starting to get it, but Eric DeMint, 520 with a 3 at 172 miles an hour. And Perch got that thing on a rocket now, baby. It's going to go, but I don't know. He hasn't won the race yet. 104 reaction time. And Eric DeMint's kind of making me nervous, I got to admit. If he does win, you know what, I'll gladly go in the water, because it's about time for that team. They have waited long enough. They deserve one now. And I just got told we're going to have alcohol hydro on the water as well. So top alcohol hydro to the end ramp, please. Top alcohol hydro to the end ramp. So what a treat here in Q2. Top alcohol hydro to the end ramp, please.
Are those it? All right, got our next pair of Pro Outlaws in the water. Actually, not sure what I got. I got a Pro Modified in the left lane and a Pro Outlaw in the right. That's what I got. So in the United Rentals left-hand lane is going to be boat number 082. That's going to be Tim Ortiz and Empty Pockets, racing out of Conroe, Texas, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall. And big thanks to Doug, Kevin, Archie, Tom, and Jim for all of their help. Thanks to Marty Logan and House of Color for the paint, and Cody Childress for the fiberglass. Pro Modified will be looking for 5.6 seconds. In the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane, in a boat he calls Wild Thing, that's Rick Left Road. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, AAA RV, Lone Star Gasket, Full Throttle Racing Collectibles. And that is a Pro Outlaw, 520 the index.
And just listen to this thing, that turbocharged boat. Build the boost on the starting line. Capsules come down, boost starts building. As soon as my computer screen turns over, Rick goes 563 with a 7 at 158 miles an hour. Tim Ortiz goes 569 on his 560 index at 142. That'll put him number 4. Rick's going to stay number 2 with his 561 at 161 from earlier. The 563 with a 7 at 158. I say they got a hot rod. The Wild Thing is on a string, and they're going to hope to keep it there. Tim Ortiz was 064 on the tree. Rick was 232. You have to tighten that up just a little bit. But other than that, and that boat, it's amazing because you think, oh man, it's not going to get down the racetrack. And then all of a sudden, when it gets to those yellow buoys, those turbos come in and start making power, man.
On at that point.
And it is on. No, it's off because he's off the track by the time he goes. Like it's quick, man. Well, top alcohol hydro, we need you to the ramp as soon as possible. Alcohol hydro, we need you to the ramp.
Next up, Pro Outlaw, and I believe our last Pro Outlaw of the morning, or the afternoon rather, in the United Rentals left-hand lane, boat number 1028. That is Bill Wire, calls the boat Alcoholic Behavior. 5.2 seconds is the index. Ran a 5.96 his last pass down, 123 mile an hour.
So once again, top alcohol hydro, and you the ramp. Top alcohol hydro, and you the ramp. So here comes Bill Wire in alcoholic behavior. He'll be on the far side of the racetrack. He's currently qualified number 5 with only one pass down the racetrack, 5.96 at 123. 10 seconds left on the countdown clock. Bill Wire, the future alcohol funny car driver. Let me see, it's going 5.12 with a 2 at 176 miles an hour. He'll stay number 5 because he went, quicker than the 520 index. But I'd say they got it fixed. Now they just got to slow it down just a little bit. 5.12 at 176 for Bill Wire.
Getting our top alcohol flat back on the line. All right, so now coming up to the whole rope, it's going to be Bill Miller driving the party to the max for Max Davis. Bill, of course, having those wild rides the last 2 trips down the racetrack. They went and changed the propeller. Said, hopefully this will fix it. Bill come up here to get his time slip earlier, and I said, man, what was that? You had me cringing and about to cry, and I wasn't even in the boat. And he goes, you know what? He's like, we took power out of it, so it would go down the track. He's like, and
I think whenever we took the power out of it, it just bit too hard and tried to throw the front end up in the air. And he's like, and there was nothing that I could do. And that last time, one of our amazing photographers here at the Southern Drag Boat Association got a fantastic shot of the entire boat out of the water with the propeller out of the water as well. So they went and changed the prop. We'll see if it goes down now. Max Davis is over here on the bank just pacing. And so is Tanya Ehrlich, just pacing, hoping that Bill goes down the racetrack safe and fast. That's why we call them the funny cars of drag boat racing, because just like the funny cars on land, you never know what's going to happen when you hit the loud pedal and a top alcohol flat bottom. You have no idea what's going to happen when you hit the throttle. But I know what Bill Miller hopes happens. He makes a clean, straight, tried and true pass down the racetrack. We're going to see. Countdown clock has started. So we're all going to collectively say a little prayer for Bill Miller. Flat bottom to the front, 5:43, 156. That was amazing. That was, I don't know, that was better than him, you know, all those crazy passes that he had before that. That was awesome. Whenever it started setting the front end back down, I knew it was going to make it, and Bill Miller, he's probably smiling ear to ear inside that capsule. And it jerked him around so hard the last time that he could not get the hatch open at the top end of the racetrack.
That's right.
Because it had literally collapsed one of the springs or the shocks for the capsule to come open, so he couldn't get the capsule open.
Yep.
And they went down there, and that's how violent that jarring was that last time he tried to go down the track. But that time, just as smooth as a top alcohol flat bottom run could possibly be. 5:43, 156. And now we're going to put our top alcohol hydro into the water with Frank Carter behind the wheel of Buzzy's alcohol hydro. And Frank Carter, who drives Pro Cop Flat, is now going into the capsule boat.
Right?
Hey, Chad, you all right up there? I didn't blow your eardrums out, did I? You know how I am. Oh. Get me wound up, I'll spend all night, I'm telling you. Oh, that was awesome. Congratulations, Max Davis. Hey, that propeller change, I'm telling you, that was the key right there. So Frank Carter is at the ramp getting strapped in on top alcohol hydro. It'll be our final boat down the water today. And we'll be right back at it. Target time 8 a.m. tomorrow. That is the goal, to start at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. All right, so Frank Carter being pulled to the hold rope now. Driving Buzzy's alcohol hydro.
Is their trailer staying there?
That ain't good. Yeah, just in case.
Going to be in the Bryan, Texas right-hand lane. It's boat number 151, Frank Carter, Bad Moon Rising. Top alcohol hydro.
See, they gotta name all these boats after songs, and now the song will be stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Yes.
Right on. Racing out of Lake Travis, Texas. Looking to put on a show for us. Let's see how this goes.
See it? Right there. In plain sight. You're welcome. Come on.
All right, so countdown clock starts. Here we go. Buzzy Moses, Bad Moon Rising, Frank Carter, the wheelman this weekend. Seconds left.
There goes the capsule. And here we go.
I chucked the blower belt off as soon as he hit the throttle. Well, hey, for the first pass of the weekend, at least it started. That's all I got to say.
There you go.
But thank you to each and every one who decided to come out. That's all we got for today. Don't forget to go down to Henry Bainey's pit. We're going to have a little bit of a country music concert, and it's going to be a good old time. We're going to be back here. Start time tomorrow is shooting for 8 o'clock. So we hope that you can come back and see us. Remember, if you had a little bit too much to drink, please hand the keys over to somebody else. So we will see you tomorrow. Good night, Lake Bryan.
All right, gang. Well, that was incredibly anticlimactic, wasn't it? Man. It did, in fact, pitch the blower belt off of it, but it also did not sound like it was in gear. It went straight to the moon and pitched the blower belt off of it. So, clearly they had a problem, and hopefully they get it fixed so they can run tomorrow. But I was looking forward to seeing that thing make a hit. I guess the good thing is they didn't take their truck and trailer even out of the water. So ready to go and pick him up. All right, we're going to go live between 8:30 and 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let's call it 9. Be prepared that we may go early. Because today was supposed to be 8 and it ended up being 10 something. So anyway, I'm getting eaten up now by the mosquitoes. They're coming out because the wind is dying down. But anyway, thank you so much for tuning in today. Big thanks to Optima Batteries and Holly for being our live broadcast sponsors here in 2021, as well as Electrofreeze of Texas and the SDBA, along with all of these fine folks, okay, Bryan Lake, etc. So please go tell them thank you on social media. Please go out to Optima's Facebook page and on the IG, tag them and tell them how awesome it is that they've joined us. This is their first race. In fact, they signed the paperwork, said we want to be a live broadcast sponsor after they got so much good response from the Spring Fling Million. And then, did all of that, but we did not get new ads from them or any of those things. And I put stuff in here for them this weekend, which they are not expecting. So please go out there and tell them thank you. It means a lot, and it really, really, really does help us. So thank you so much, everybody. We appreciate it. And I will see you guys in the morning.